Would I say something really quick? How's that? All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, February 9th. I'm the chair, Kelly McNicholas Curry. Also in the room with me is Terry Anderson, helping us with Zoom. And then joining us from home are our remaining commissioners, our newest commissioner, Francie Jacober, and then Steve Child and Greg Poshman. Patty Clapper is unavailable to join us today. And our staff is here to kick us off. But before we get started, I do want to make an announcement that Grassroots TV needed to do a timely and unavoidable update to their system, and therefore this is not broadcasting on Channel 11 currently, but still can be viewed live via our live stream on Grassroots TV. And you can visit pitkincounty.com and choose the button that says Watch Meetings to find that. And hopefully Grassroots will be resolved by this afternoon, but I will keep everyone posted. And so we have our county manager, John Peacock, here, and Brian Pettit to start us off on the first item on our agenda, which is the CDOT construction request. And I'll allow you to introduce your guests when we get started. So John or Brian, whoever wants to kick us off.
Yeah, I'll pivot to Brian. And Brian, if you wouldn't mind introducing our guests from CDOT.
You bet, no problem. I'm Brian Pettit. I'm the Public Works Director for the county. Joining me is Andrew Knapp, who is the resident engineer with CDOT. So any specific questions with regard to this request can be directed to Andrew. And this is an opportunity for the board to collaborate with CDOT. They've been a great partner with solving transportation issues in the Upper Roaring Fork Valley. This specific request, seems like this year we're looking week to week. This request is a year out. We're looking at 2022, and based on CDOT's planning for a resurfacing project between the Aspen Airport Business Center and the Castle Creek Bridge. They were approached by the city of Aspen to do a more complete and thorough upgrade of the roundabout, which has had problems historically due to potholing and from the heavy vehicles and the traffic turning movements on the roundabout. It has been a continual maintenance issue. So CDOT looked at it. They've determined about $2.5 million for that upgrade to concrete and to improve the operational configuration of the roundabout. And then CDOT went out to the partners, City of Aspen, RAFTA, EOTC, and Pickens County to help fund that upgrade. As we all know, CDOT's struggling financially right now, and in order to do this $2.5 million upgrade to the project, they would require partnerships. Specifically, Pickens County's ask has been $100,000 for 2022. CDOT would need to use a portion of the open space just temporarily, and then would return it back to its native state. And the third is to provide a formal detour around the construction project through Smithway, McLean Flats, and onto Cemetery Lane. The other requests to RAFTA and the EOTC have not been responded to yet. The City of Aspen has dedicated $1 million to the upgrade of the roundabout. This would occur 4 to 5 months during the summer of 2022. Staff is recommending to approve all three requests. The $100,000 can be programmed into our road project for 2022. We can provide a license through an administrative process for the open space use, temporary use of open space. And the third, the formal detour can be provided by the Board of County Commissioners today if you see fit. I want to add a couple things. One is the formal detour, we've had response from the public because this went to press last week. So some people have responded negatively based on the impacts to the communities along Smithway and McLean Flats Road, Cemetery Lane as well. We understand that this can be a hardship for people. There will be delays on Highway 82 and on the county road, regardless of whether a detour is formally provided. What the formality allows CDOT to do is to save money, have a shorter duration project, and have less impacts in that roundabout area because of less traffic going through that area. The detour would only be for passenger vehicles and for light trucks. Any buses or heavy trucks would need to stay on 82. It's also important to note that commuters on 82, as we all know, they will find a path of least resistance. They will likely travel on the county road anyway. So this is, I believe, the right thing to do in order to reduce the length of the project and reduce the amount of impact around that roundabout area. And I believe that's it. Andrew, is there anything else you'd like to add with regard to your request to the county?
Brian, you covered that very well. Thank you. I just want to mention, we're trying to be as mindful as possible for the impacts to the community. We know folks have had a rough go, everyone has, for the past year now, and with the timing of this project, people are extra sensitive. So what we're trying to do is minimize the impacts to the traveling public as much as possible. And one of the things we're doing for that is for the asphalt paving portion of the project, we would like to complete that at night to minimize impacts to the traveling public. The concrete roundabout reconstruction isn't really feasible to be solely night construction because the nature of concrete work, there are extended periods of concrete curing and grading and deconstruction associated with that can't be efficiently accomplished just in night shifts. So we're doing everything we can to minimize the impacts to the traveling public. But that night work, we do think would require a county variance for the gravel pit likely associated with the project. If the low bidder does decide to utilize the gravel pit in Pitkin County, we believe that would likely require a variance to allow that work to be done at night. And I'm sorry I didn't include that in the request. It was something that we were discussing internally and realized that, the idea for this night work wouldn't have that associated requirement.
Great. Thank you, Andrew. If I could add one more thing, just on the ground for the detour, there's not going to be someone on 82 directing all the traffic onto Smithway and McLean Flats. In this case, it would be a volunteer detour. No one's going to be enforcing the detour on Highway 82. So as I said earlier, commuters find the path of least resistance. If that happens to be on 82, there's not going to be anyone that's going to stop them going that way. But it would allow CDOT to plan this project appropriately and open up the county road for that use.
Yeah, and to expand on that point, Brian, during the design for this project, we've explored various phasing options for the concrete construction of the roundabout. And the initial phasing option maintained 2 lanes in each direction for the duration of the construction. And that was quite impactful for the phasing. It would have required going through the center of the roundabout to maintain those lanes for the duration of the construction, removing those trees, replacing the trees, lots of extra detour pavement and traffic control. So we've developed a reduced impact phasing plan that only maintains 1 lane in each direction with this assumption that we could use McLean Flats, but if McLean Flats is not approved, we would have to look at our original phasing concept for the project.
Okay, I saw some hands, Greg and then Steve.
Steve actually was first. If you don't mind, I'll let him go first.
Thanks, Greg.
I'll follow up.
So Andrew or Brian, do you have a conceptual drawing of the roundabout, you described some changes in the letter from CDOT about the kind of the alignment of the lanes, and there are some changes in the design of the roundabout. Could you describe those some? If you have a picture, could you show a picture?
I do have a preliminary plan drawing of those changes. Am I able to share my screen to show that to everyone?
You are.
Okay. One moment. Okay, are you seeing the roundabout?
We are. Thank you.
So I'll just talk through some of the improvements we're looking at with this project. Starting at the Up Valley entrance to the roundabout, we would like to realign the entrance lanes to this roundabout and add additional deflection, additional curvature to the entry lanes. And what that will do is it will force traffic to enter the roundabout with slower speeds and result in potentially fewer collisions at this conflict point here. And then another thing we'd like to do is replace the painted spiral area with a raised concrete spiral for better operations in the winter especially, but also in the summer. A lot of people aren't following the striping in the roundabout. And what that does is it pushes the circulating traffic to the outside lane and further reduces conflicts. So they're not trying to leave from the center lane to enter Maroon Creek Road. And then another change we're looking at is here between eastbound and westbound Highway 82 on the Up Valley side of the roundabout is to extend the splitter island further into the circulating path. And what that does is it restricts the movement from this right lane of Castle Creek Road, and it forces that right turn as it's signed and striped because they don't have that clear view through the roundabout, and that will also reduce the conflicts within the roundabout.
Okay, and if I could follow up on that.
Sure, Steve.
I'm good with I can see that it kind of lines the incoming lanes of traffic up more into the outside curve of the roundabout. Maybe it already kind of does that, but I think the more we could line up the highway lanes with the outside curve of the roundabout, that would lessen the amount of damage to the roundabout, to the pavement of the roundabout. Right now, it seems like you kind of enter almost more in coming towards Aspen. You enter kind of in the middle of the roundabout a little bit, and so then you're doing a more severe curve going around the roundabout, consequently putting more pressure on the pavement. So that's why I wanted to see the design. Also, my thought is we need a 4-lane clear into Aspen. I personally feel you basically have a 4-lane coming into and out of the roundabout with the acceleration and merging lanes, and I guess it's the merging lanes is more. So you kind of already have the 4 lanes right there to make the design correct.
Steve, yeah, can I jump in real quick here?
Sure.
Yeah, that's a great point. We did explore the option of trying to add that laneage between the roundabout and Cemetery Lane. That was one of the improvements identified in the City of Aspen study of the roundabout, and it wouldn't require much additional pavement to get those lanes through there. However, in consultation with the Federal Highways Administration, it was determined that those improvements were in conflict with the entrance to Aspen record of decision. So if we did want to continue to pursue those improvements, we would have to either do a reevaluation or a supplement to that environmental impact statement. So in order to keep this project on schedule and on budget, we screen that out, but we're not ruling it out in the future.
Yeah, and then one more follow-up, and then I'll pass it off to Greg. I realize it would require reopening the record of decision. There's also, has always been resistance from the city of Aspen to change the entrance to Aspen in that portion. It really would have to come from them to make those changes or to propose those changes. If they don't go along with it, it's not going to happen. So I just wanted to express my feeling that that's what we should do, realizing it probably is not going to happen that way.
Yeah, the city did seem supportive of those changes, but due to the extensive time and cost required in that environmental portion of the project, it was decided to table that for now to keep this project on track.
Okay, Greg, and then Francie.
Great, thanks Andrew for being here and Brian for bringing this in. A couple of things, just looking at the picture here, constraining the spiral with a concrete barrier on, to create kind of a pinch point on the down valley into the roundabout, that blackened area. I'm just wondering if that's going to create a more of a choke. Yeah, that's it. When we have the school traffic in the morning, which kind of is the seed for the major pile, backups on 82. I'm just wondering if this is going to slow down the volume of cars through the roundabout, which could be your objective. But I'm also thinking that might just push the traffic even farther down valley as it backs up in the mornings. And then likewise in the afternoons, a lot of people are trying to get off of Maroon Creek Road into town, for instance, and a lot of people are concerned that you've got two lanes, and we're not sure what the rules are. Some people insist that, or say the right lane off of Maroon Creek must go up to Castle Creek Road, while the left lane is the correct one to go into town. It was a little confusing, and I don't know if that will be cleared up. But I am worried about the, creating a further constraints. It's just going to push the traffic and create more gridlock on our highway is my concern. That's my first question. The second one is, I'm totally in favor of doing as much night work as you can. If there's any way that preparatory work or other work can be done in the off season when we're not at the high season, I know you're working on how to make the lowest impact possible, and I support that. I also want to say that if there's an opportunity to influence where people get their gravel, I certainly would like them to truck their gravel from as close as possible, only because of use of the highway, carbon emissions, all the things we talk about. So if they're trucking gravel from Grand Junction, for instance, or wherever they would, that just doesn't make sense to me. And I would advocate for local gravel. Thank you. But regarding the pinch points, can you give us an estimate of how this will affect the volume through that roundabout on a busy morning or afternoon?
Sure, Greg, I can try. So what we're proposing here is not a change to how the roundabout should be operating. So we should theoretically only be having that one lane of travel going around the spiral. Otherwise, there's a conflict arising with two lanes here trying to enter the spiral location. This right outside lane, as you're heading down valley, should solely be going down westbound Highway 82. And by formalizing this concrete spiral and ensuring that all the circulating traffic is in this outer lane, this should help with operations because there's more clarity to the movements of the traffic through the roundabout, and entering traffic is better able to gauge their gaps and have a more predictable situation where they know the direction of the circulating vehicles. Because as it stands right now, if someone is traveling around and they're hugging the inside circle, you don't know whether they're going to shoot out here at Maroon Creek or continue around. So we do think that as a whole, all of these improvements we have shown will help operations. But since we're not adding any laneage, they will be incremental improvements to the operations.
If I could, adding on to that, I'm hoping CDOT and RAFTA are working, our transit agency if they have a chance to weigh in on this, because I know at the RAFTA board meetings we talk about the bus entrances and exits, and how we can improve the bus service and make it more responsive. So I'm assuming that CDOT and RAFTA are working hand in hand on this too.
Yeah, and before I jump into that one, let me circle back to your gravel pit question. CDOT is not able to specify the source for the materials, but all the savvy contractors are going to look for the closest source possible to the project. Those longer hauls for the materials are, an additional expense to the contractor with the trucking time and fuel involved there. So as long as there aren't too many restrictions on the use of that gravel pit in Pickens County, it's most likely going to be the source of the material, but we can't require that. And then to your point about...
Regarding the gravel pit again, last thing is if we can incentivize the gravel pit to be the low bidder, and if they can actually work in the slow season, the off season, for instance, to get ready for this, so that they're not grinding gravel at 3 a.m. Just thinking, I'm sure that people plan ahead, but I'd love to put a marker on that so they could be alerted as soon as possible if they need to prepare with volume or establishing quantities. Thanks.
Yeah, that's a good point there, Greg. We can look at what we can do in partnership with our contractor to have them perhaps produce those materials during the day and have them available at night. They will have to, for the concrete and asphalt batching, be running those batch plants, but if, like you said, they're not crushing those materials during the day, that would be helpful for the noise impacts. And then we are working with RAFTA to do what we can to make their journey through here as seamless as possible. We do want to incentivize as many people as we can to take the bus service as opposed to being in their vehicles. So as part of my partnership discussion with the RAFTA and the funding request, we are discussing a variety of things we can do to help those operations, and maybe making that bus lane extend closer towards the roundabout to help them jump the queue as much as possible. We have our design team looking at some options for that, because we are acutely aware that the more use of RAFTA is the better for all of us through here.
Okay, Francie?
Yes, I have a question about the exits from Maroon Creek and Castle Creek, by the way. Nice to meet you, Andrew, and thank you for being here.
You're welcome, likewise.
Are these, does this represent 2 full lanes coming down from Maroon Creek and Castle Creek? Because they seem like smaller lanes than in the roundabout.
So we are not proposing any modifications to Maroon or Castle Creek at this point.
Okay.
Those lanes are how they are currently. I think we made those improvements about 7 years ago or so.
Okay.
I recall laying them out, but it's a little hazy at this point.
I guess I'm just, I have a couple of concerns. I guess signage would help, but by moving that median, going the down valley median on the east side of the roundabout there, moving it further into the roundabout, it looks like the attempt to go from Castle Creek down valley is more perilous than ever. Like getting across there just looks like holy hell to me when it's crowded. It's hard enough anyway, but now with less room there, it seems like, it's more restricted.
So our hope is that this actually reduces the conflicts for people leaving Castle Creek, heading down Valley or towards Maroon Creek, because the right lane is supposed to be turning right towards Highway 82, but we do see a lot of poor maneuvers through here where it's both lanes attempting to go straight through here and head down Valley. And by extending this median island, this right turn lane will have less opportunity to make that incorrect movement. So the travelers leaving Castle Creek and heading down Valley or towards Maroon Creek, they're in the correct lane, in the left lane here. They shouldn't have to worry about this person in the right lane who might be making an incorrect maneuver, and they can focus on finding the safe gap in the
So there'll be
traffic.
like there'll be like lines from the middle of Castle Creek to the middle of 82 that sort of direct that right lane to the right, and then if you want to go straight, you just have to figure it out. I mean, people who do it all the time obviously won't have any problem, but I'm thinking about people who don't do it all the time. And
Sure, yeah, and we're always trying to design for everyone. So this right turn lane, they will have to cross they will be looking at a solid lane here that will be directing them to head towards Aspen on Highway 82. And they'll also be looking at this painted extension of the splitter island and also this curb and gutter. So it should be pretty clear that they are not supposed to be heading down Valley, because they have to be doing a weaving maneuver and crossing multiple stripes to make that maneuver. And if you're in the left lane, you'll be looking at the open area within the roundabout, and you'll be crossing a skip line instead of a solid line. In addition to the lane assignment signing we do have approaching the roundabout.
I'm sure you guys have thought it out pretty carefully. I just, one other question, and I know you've probably thought this out really well too, but by reducing or sharpening the turn as you come around the west side of the roundabout, that's not going to infringe on the turn of big buses. That seems like a slightly steeper turn, but maybe it's the same angle and it's just narrower.
Yeah, so we're not changing the radius of the inner circle here, but you are correct that there will be a sharper turn as you're changing directions from the entrance into the roundabout. But we have our designers taking a look at that, and I believe that, with our turning templates we're running through the roundabout, we're still showing this being acceptable for those larger vehicles.
Okay, great. Thank you, Andrew.
You're welcome.
All right, Andrew, I have a bunch of questions, so I'll give a few, and then we can talk about those, and then I'll say the rest. But so I guess just sticking on the roundabout, I'm picking up on something that you had mentioned about not adding additional lanes in the roundabout. Is adding additional lanes something that's desirable for safety?
For safety, most likely not. Three-lane roundabouts are fraught with many issues, safety included, and that it's likely in conflict with the record of decision as well.
Okay.
So currently that's not under consideration, but we were considering adding additional lanes between the roundabout and Cemetery Lane to reduce some of that pinch point effect in that location.
Okay, thank you. And then will these improvements improve the grade of the roundabout? I feel like we hear every summer that the roundabout's a grade D, and in terms of functionality, will this help improve that?
This will help improve operations marginally. The biggest improvements we're going to see in our operations are just due to the reduced maintenance needs for the roundabout and the reduced amount of potholes and blowouts and other issues we're currently experiencing at this location. With the concrete surface in this area, it shouldn't really have to be touched by our maintenance folks for a minimum of 10 years and hopefully 20.
Okay. And then I do have a question about the concrete. I don't know a whole lot about concrete technology or engineering, but is it possible that portions of or slabs of concrete can be poured off-site and then laid on-site to minimize time in the roundabout?
So we call that precasting, and for a situation like this, it's really not feasible to precast these flatwork elements because they really need to be cast on site to make sure they're conforming to the underlying ground surface. And precasting would also require additional steel within the concrete for its structural stability during movement and placement of those panels, and that's not required with the concrete pavement cast on site. They just have a small amount of steel tying the panels together for the most part.
And then is there any consideration, and I'll look to like Greg, who probably knows more about this than I do, for use of low carbon emission concrete?
So at this point, CDOT doesn't have a low carbon concrete available to us. There are some outfits on the Front Range that are developing some additional options for low carbon concrete, utilizing carbon gas, like for carbonating beverages, to help with the batching of that concrete, and that carbon is ultimately sequestered within the concrete pavement. And I have explored the potential for the use of that material in this area, but right now the concrete batch plants in our area are not equipped to make those materials.
Okay, so the trade-off would be we'd truck it a lot farther.
You can't truck batched concrete that far.
Okay.
By the time it would be on site, it would be rock solid in the truck.
Okay, and
So
Greg, you want
Kelly,
to weigh in on this topic?
And I'm not an expert on this. It's been a long time since I studied it. But I also know a lot of the technologies for low carbon concrete require precasting in tented environments and different atmospheres. So they're doing precast tiles, for instance. If part of the structure could be built with precast materials that were actually like a tile sort of thing, that's doable. But I don't even know if that's part of the design. But I think cast in place, it might actually take a lot longer to do, and they simply aren't ready yet, as I understand it, unfortunately. But hopefully someday, these batch plants will all be equipped to do this, but it's not happening yet, unfortunately.
Okay, well, thanks for indulging me. And then a couple more questions that I have, and some of them may be for our staff, is regarding the formalized detour. What number of vehicles are we talking about that would be detoured per day or an average day? And then can we utilize our electronic sign, which should be fully deployed at that point, to assist with this?
Yeah, absolutely, we can use that sign, Kelly. Andrew, in your project preparation, did you have to outline how many vehicles you expect would use the detour on a daily basis?
At this point, we don't have a good figure on how many vehicles would be using that detour. A lot of that's going to be dependent on what delays people are encountering with the construction, and we're doing what we can to minimize those delays as much as possible to make the highway as an attractive option as possible for these travelers. But off the top of my head, I don't have a good figure for them. I don't want to say a number and have it be wrong.
Right. And Kelly, also, we will strongly encourage people to be taking RAFTA via any kind of variable message sign as well during this time.
Sure. It's hard to just blanketly approve this without more thoughtfulness about the neighbors along that detour route not having a clearer picture. And I do have a few more questions, but I see Francie and then Greg's hand up if it's on this topic. Francie?
Sorry it took so long. I met with Dan Blankenship yesterday for quite a while, and looking at the numbers that cross the bridge every day, I think we could assume that the number is going to be pretty high because it's like 24,000 vehicles that go across the bridge. And so if you cut that in half for one direction, you're at 12,000. And so even if half the people coming in within a 4-hour period or something take the detour, we're looking at many hundreds or thousands of cars. And I do think it's something that we have to figure out how that's going to work for the people who live on those roads. So I agree with Kelly that it is hard to just say, oh yeah, let's do that with that particular detour. And I've only seen one input from the people who live there so far. It's just, the numbers are just so high right now, even with increased ridership on RAFTA, I think that it is a little bit intimidating to think about.
Thanks, Francie.
Yeah, Francie, I would add that the county did work with CDOT previously on a detour onto the county road when Snowmass Canyon was being constructed. So in that case, there was a full detour of Highway 82 traffic onto Lower River Road. And it was uncomfortable. There was, CDOT ended up paving that complete stretch of the highway for the county. It's still holding up today, but we were able to handle that amount of traffic.
It was pretty terrible, though. The commute was horrendous.
Thank you. Greg?
Yeah, well, the options for detours simply aren't very good. So we don't really have another option that's feasible. But what we do have are opportunities to try to change the timeline for commuters. And, as we say, disruption brings opportunity, as we're discovering this year, in this pandemic year, where everything's disrupted. I'm just wondering if there's any way, Brian and John, that we could create some sort of effort to figure out how to stagger workforce. We have a lot of telecommuters now, thank God. And that may actually relieve the pressure. Imagine if we hadn't had people telecommuting and we take this project on. So we've already got a solution to a big chunk of the problem. I'm just wondering if we can figure out how to stagger some construction work hours and stagger other businesses in the community so that we spread out this commuter traffic to relieve the pressure. And it may be something that helps guide us going forward. But, just looking at what we're all doing with teleconferencing, I can imagine, thousands of car trips a day that just aren't happening now. And so we're starting from a position that's better than it would have been had we not had the pandemic. I'm not a Pollyanna or anything. I'm just trying to figure out how we might be able to change some things, taking advantage of what we know now. Thanks.
Thanks, Greg. Steve, did you have a hand?
Yes, thank you. I lived through the detours. It wasn't just the Lower River Road. The detour was also East Cypress Creek Road and Snowmass Creek Road. Lower Snowmass Creek Road also were heavily impacted by the detour of the highway construction. local residents live through it, it's not the end of the world. It can make your neighborhood more busy with traffic for sure. Whether we designated a detour or not, you know that people are gonna be going on McLean Flats anyhow. And so I think whatever we can do to mitigate the impacts of that. And one idea I have would be to have RAFTA try to catch as many people at the intercept lot as possible. Brush Creek Park and Ride, excuse me, the proper name. And have RAFTA just run escalator kind of runs from the Brush Creek Park and Ride into town, just back and forth to carry more people. But that brings to mind, when is the construction of the park and ride at Brush Creek going to take place? Is that right on top of all this too, Brian?
Unfortunately, yes. And we are contemplating that construction now, so that we continue to encourage people to take RAFTA. So the park and ride will be functional all the way through that project, but there will be disruption at the Brush Creek Park and Ride during 2022.
And I'd just like to say that we are flexible as to when this detour would take place. You know, we're taking input from our stakeholders to see the times, you know, the durations they would be most comfortable with for that detour. So we are open to input.
And I do have one more question. It's about a different topic, and let me just toss it out there right now, just so it's on the table. I just wanted to see where the open space land that is being utilized sort of as a staging area is. I don't know if you, Brian, if you could describe that more, or if you have a map that shows.
Could I jump in and table that for just a second? Because I had that question too, but I do want to finish up this detour conversation because I have some additional points, and I'm not sure if Francie had something extra to add regarding the detour. No? Okay. So I guess I would say that I do think that this detour needs to be managed. You know, I could see if there is just a constant stream of cars, you know, heading one direction or both directions, that there could be troubles with traffic piling up on the side roads, trying to get out onto, you know, to just where they live, to normally turn onto McLean Flats or Cemetery Lane as they ordinarily would to get out of their neighborhood. So I think maybe some timed lights might be necessary along this route. I think there could be issues with folks trying to cross on the bike path and just waiting for their opening. And, you know, there's not great visibility at that crossing, at that bike path crossing. So I see some issues there as well. And I think that there will need to be a robust communication structure related to this project. Maybe not quite to the level of the Grand Avenue Bridge effort, but along those lines with just frequent communications and updates to the community of the progress of this project. And again, I think that, you know, we learned a lot from the Grand Avenue project, right? We saw folks stay in town, you know, employers just rented facilities and used Meralt housing and things like that to put workers up so they were just closer to their business, you know, to their place of work. We saw more carpooling, van pooling. We saw, you know, odd hours where people worked from 4 a.m. until, you know, left at noon. So I agree with Greg, all those things need to be considered, but I think we also need to have the infrastructure to sort of tee up that brainstorming far in advance and throughout the whole project. So those are my additional thoughts, I guess, on the detour. And related to use on that roads is related to the gravel pit. You know, if that's where the concrete comes from, I think that those trucks need to come down onto 82 and travel through 82, not driving along McLean Flats Road as well. So those are a couple of my thoughts. And then I think with that, unless anyone has any other detour comments, we can move to open space. Francie.
Can I just respond real quick to that?
Oh, sure, Andrew, yeah.
Yeah, so you raised some good points. about managing the detour. You know, one of the reasons I wanted to pursue this formal approval for the detour is I feel it makes the public messaging a lot better and easier to manage. You know, we do know a lot of folks will be utilizing this route, and having that formal approval allows us to have a more comprehensive messaging package to the public. And, you know, I do see that there could be issues getting that side road traffic onto McLean Flats. So the project could utilize flaggers during those high volume periods to help get those side roads onto McLean Flats. And I think that would be preferable to a 24/7 temporary signal out there.
I'll leave it to you to decide the best, but some accommodation would be really welcome. Francie.
Yeah, Brian, when you were presenting at the beginning, you mentioned that you thought something could even be approved today, or I'm not quite sure at what point you're looking for approval. Is it for the $100,000? I mean, clearly we haven't had time to assess the design enough. What is it that you're looking for from us at this point, Brian?
Yeah, I'm actually looking for all three, which is use of the open space, which will be an administrative function, the appropriation of money out of our road program for 2022, and the primary reason is so CDOT can move forward, and the I guess the detour, because without that, CDOT's planning has to change dramatically. So the good news is CDOT's way ahead of this project in involving its stakeholders, and in order for them to proceed effectively and have this project ready for 2022, they need to know what they're dealing with financially and functionally on the highway.
So the use of the open space, the detour itself, and the $100,000 from Pitkin County?
Correct.
Brian, just to be clear on the $100,000, are you asking to use money that's already been appropriated or for a new appropriation? Because a new appropriation, Francie, what we'd get today is guidance to bring that back as a formal resolution, and it would go through a public hearing. So just to be clear on that.
Yeah, and John, it would be what's already for capital replacement for 2022. So we would just add this to the capital replacement plan.
And so for the board, that's already been appropriated, so you'd be giving administrative direction to Brian to use the appropriation that way.
Okay, so then are we going to move on to looking at the open space? Is that next?
Are you finished on these topics, Francie, and the rest of the board, and then we'll move on to open space? Okay. Yeah, we have about 10 minutes left, so I think that's important to cover here. Brian or Andrew, who wants to take it?
Well, Andrew, do you have kind of the impact to that open space? Can you share your screen if you do?
Yes, I think I do here. Let me pull it up. Okay, share my screen. Are you seeing the roundabout with a bunch of different colors on it?
Yes.
Okay. So this is our preliminary phasing plan for the roundabout. The portion between the roundabout and the Kiss and Ride is a Pitkin County open space parcel. And the use of a portion of that is exceedingly helpful for the phasing purposes of this roundabout, allowing us to push a lane of traffic to the outside of the existing circle into that. Open space parcel will allow us to construct this segment of the circle. And I think, let me flip through to the next phase. So just talk it through real quick here. You probably don't understand what you're looking at. The pink areas, as we have shown, are the areas of the project to be constructed in concrete during that phase. So what we're showing here during phase 1 is the construction of a large portion of the circulating path of the roundabout and the approaches and departures from the roundabout. And then what's shown here in gray would be detour pavement to direct traffic around those areas being constructed. So during phase 1, with the center under construction, we would like to utilize a portion of that open space to make that part of the roundabout available for construction. And then phase 2, what you see in orange has been completed, and what's seen in pink is under construction in this phase. And still utilizing a portion of this open space for traffic heading from Highway 82 towards Maroon Creek Road. And also over here on this corner, this is actually within CDOT right-of-way by our survey, getting traffic from Castle Creek over to Highway 82. And then the final phase here, completing all portions of the concrete reconstruction.
Okay, any questions for Andrew on the open space? Francie?
So what is the surface that the gray would be? It would be asphalt, did you say?
The gray would be temporary detour pavement, so most likely asphalt pavement. What we like to do is not specify the materials to be used to allow for some innovation from the contractors and cost savings measures. And the contractor is required for maintaining that detour pavement for the duration of the project, and that incentivizes them to construct it strong enough to withstand the detour traffic but not overbuild that segment.
And are they also responsible for restoring those sections?
Yes, yes. So all of the impacted areas would be restored to their previous condition with, re-landscaping those areas.
Greg?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember exactly where this would be. I think there'll be a lot of fill required and some retaining walls and things like that. I think there's a pretty substantial grade from the roundabout down to the bike path on the east side toward the golf course, and maybe the same on the Maroon Creek side. I don't recall that being enough flat ground, right? Yeah, so does that mean an elevated, base layer to put the pavement on? So that's pretty substantial. So then the re-veg after is going to be pretty substantial as well. I guess you've already looked at that. Just want to get a grip on it myself.
Yeah, so we do have a comprehensive survey of this area, so we've got good modeling of our proposed improvements and phasing. For that golf course side, there is a drop off behind the path. We will be staying within the path and likely narrowing the path for a short segment through this construction to allow some of that width to be utilized for the detour traffic while still maintaining bike ped access through there.
I'll follow up on that. What is the safety separation approach for the bike path and the lane of travel?
There would be a temporary concrete barrier installed to keep traffic separated from bikes and peds.
Okay. Because I imagine a lot of people will take their bike during this
We hope so.
construction. Okay, any further questions? Okay, let's check in then on the 3 items that Brian is requesting. I do have a question regarding the funding. Is this taking from a different capital project that was identified for 2022?
Yeah, we would scale back our projects to accommodate the $100,000.
Okay.
So, yeah, and we'll look at that, as soon as possible to scale down, whether it's, I think Owl Creek Road is in 2022. That could be used, to support this. There's also contingency money in our road plan that we could pull from as well. We're not there yet.
Okay. All right, do we have direction? Steve, you have a question?
No, just, wanted to put in my 2 cents worth. I see all of the actions that we need to take as, it's kind of collateral damage to the thing. It's essential things that need to be done to do the project in the most expedient way. You see it on our Castle Creek project up by Ashcroft. You know, we had to do extra lanes there to get around to do the construction. Just a similar process. Doing the detour is really an essential part of this to make everything run as smoothly as possible. So I'm in favor, number one, of using the open space land. It's going to look ugly for a while. It will be put back the way it is. Use of the detour, I think it's better to designate it as a detour, because if people are going to use it anyhow, and I think we need to designate it as that, and then do whatever as much mitigation as we can, with lots of ideas suggested today. Use of the money, I'm okay with that. What might happen is, if the county ends up with another capital project on the roads or bridges, we would maybe have to do a supplemental request for another project, not for this one, because we will have already used the money up in this project. The fact that we're being asked for $100,000, the city of Aspen's putting in $1 million, to me, I think that's probably a good proportion, because they're the ones benefiting from this ultimately, and we're the ones suffering most of the impacts on our detour.
And Kelly, if I can, I just want to clarify, it's not Owl Creek Road. Jerabaw's Way and East Soapers Creek Roads were the road projects for 2022. I just wanted to clarify that. I misspoke.
Okay, thank you. Greg, go ahead. Thanks, Steve, for your input.
I was just going to say that I support what Steve said. I agree. It has to be done. I would, vote for, or thumbs up for giving administrative approval to move forward on this.
Okay, thanks, Greg. Francie?
I'm okay with it, I guess. I'm just concerned about raising a lot of anger on the other roadways, and, making sure that we can mitigate that the best as possible, because some of those roadways have definitely some people who have a lot to say about how the county operates. So that's my concern, is that we make sure we do an outreach that's going to mitigate some of that anger.
I appreciate that. And I do want to come back to, the communication effort, which I do think will be crucial, and who will be managing and funding that. Because, there will need to be money for ads and things like that. So, Andrew, does that come out of your budget? Has that been incorporated in the project budget now?
Yeah, it has. So, for every CDOT project, we have a public information specification as part of the project, requiring public outreach, advertisements, all sorts of information dissemination. And that's something we are including on this project. It's part of that $2.5 million estimate we have for this work. And the city of Aspen has also offered to help partner in that effort as well.
Okay, great. Okay, yeah, we have to take care of our infrastructure, and the time suffered now will minimize time suffered in the future. that's a hard sell at the moment, but we'll have to get that message across, I think, as folks are stuck in traffic. And so I'll support the formal detour and, pursuant of some of the suggestions that we raised with regards to managing traffic on McLean Flats. I know David Pezinchek's on here, so I hope that the technology to do the timed, to have information on our electronic sign about the time of travel, the different options. So, hey, it'll take you this long on McLean Flats, or it'll take you this long if you hop on a RAFTA bus at the park and ride, will be available by that time. So we may need to sort of pilot that in advance, because I think that will also help manage impacts here too. And the funding shift, big thanks to CDOT and the city for covering the bulk of this. This is a minor contribution for the outcome. And the open space work, I trust, will be restored to better than it is now for, I think land that people probably think is the right of way anyway and don't realize is open space. I do have concerns about how the bike path will run through there, but I'm sure we'll work through those. Francie, did you have other final thoughts?
Yeah, I just had one more question that I realized that just changed my mind. So during the heavy construction times, will the buses be going down McLean's Flat as well?
No, the buses will stay on Highway 82.
So they'll go on that gray area that you're creating?
Yeah, and we're working with RAFTA and our design team to do what we can to minimize the delays to the buses and prioritize them through the roundabout.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, I think with that, Brian, when will we get the next update from you on this project?
Yeah, as soon as we have information to update on. So you may see it at EOTC before you get the next update. And then as soon as we have some finality from CDOT, we'll bring more information back to the board.
Okay, great. I foresee we'll need sort of continual updates between now and end of 2022. Steve?
Just one more thought that just popped into my head. I want to make sure that what is proposed on this project then would fit into future projects. I believe it would if the entrance to Aspen is changed from the roundabout into Aspen in any fashion, whichever direction that goes. I think that what is proposed here would work into that. The worst case scenario would be if we do all this work now and then 5 years down the road we discover that we're going to have to redo it because of design on another segment of the entrance to Aspen. Maybe, and do you have any thoughts on that?
Sure, yeah. So my understanding of the entrance to Aspen preferred alternative is that it leaves the current Highway 82 alignment up valley of the roundabout. So all of the work shown here should not be affected if we are eventually able to implement that preferred alternative.
Okay. Well,
Okay, and that's what I thought too. So I'm good.
okay. All right, thank you. Thanks, Brian. Thanks, Andrew. Appreciate you both being here to answer our questions. We look forward to hearing more. And with that, we will break for lunch, board, and we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock for discussion around the Healthy Community Fund. And thanks, Grassroots. We'll see you back here at 1 o'clock. Welcome back, everyone, to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, February 9th. And we're moving on to our afternoon agenda items. And to start, we will be discussing the Healthy Community Fund and discussion related to how we can demonstrate positive impacts through those funding decisions. And so with us, we have Health and Human Services staff to walk us through the discussion. And I'll introduce Nan Sundin, who's the Director of Health and Human Services, if you want to introduce the rest of the team.
Sure. I'm particularly excited for Lisa and Lindsay to meet Francie, because I think this is their first exposure to you, Francie. Lindsay's the Deputy Director of Human Services, and Lisa is our Program Administrator for the Healthy Community Fund. So I'll turn it over to Lindsay, who's presenting today.
Thank you, and nice to meet you, Francie. We haven't had the opportunity to meet yet, so good to see everyone. Thanks for having us today. Sorry, your video is up in the right-hand corner, so I keep looking up at you all. I'll try to focus on the screen as much as possible. So the Board of County Commissioners is asked today to review, discuss, and support recommendations regarding a new process for making funding decisions for mandated services funded by the Healthy Community Fund and all other recipient organizations in order to more clearly demonstrate the impact of the Healthy Community Fund. And because, Francie, you're a new board member, I'm just going to give a brief overview of what the Healthy Community Fund is and why we're here to present today. So the Healthy Community Fund is a dedicated property tax established in 2002. The mission of the Healthy Community Fund is to help all Pickens County citizens, employees, really anyone who plays here to be independent, healthy, and safe by supporting local nonprofit organizations that provide critical health and human services and community resources. Pickens County's grant program works to support mandated health and human services as well as nonprofit organizations that provide health and human services and community resources to create a social safety net here in Pickens County. The expectation in the ballot language is that these services support 5 different goal areas. Those goal areas are family and youth well-being, physical health and public health, mental health and substance use prevention, the well-being of seniors, and cultural treasures and environmental quality. And just for today, the term mandated services, and in general, is defined as those that are legislated through federal, state, or local action because they create the social safety net in the community. For the Healthy Community Fund, what we'll be talking about today is our Public Health and Senior Services Department, and then agencies contracted by the county through intergovernmental agreements, or IGAs, including BOCC, which is managed by Recovery Resources, Integrated Healthcare, which is managed by Mountain Family Health Center, and Mental Health and Substance Use, which is managed by Mind Springs and in partnership with Mountain Family Health Center. Voters renewed the Healthy Community Fund in 2006, 2011, and 2018 for 9 years through 2027, and in this past year generated a net revenue of $3,176,124. So we're extremely lucky to have this. Okay, so in 2020, the Citizen Grant Review Committee, which is appointed by you all, the Board of County Commissioners, to review and make recommendations for healthy community funding, was composed of 5 voting community members who evaluated each application against criteria that assist them in making their funding recommendations to the board. The CGRC met on December 23rd and 24th to review the requests for this year's funding. In the initial review of the amounts available and requested, there were concerns that came up. Namely, that the amount the fund actually increased in the past year from 2019 to 2020 increased $65. The amount of increased requests from agencies was $38,124, or $38,124 from 2020 to 2021. And the increase in mandated services was an increase of $111,544, which meant that there was a total of $149,668 higher demand and requests than in prior years. The Citizen Grant Review Committee had difficulty in making recommendations for and how to prioritize funding within the many organizations that applied. Sorry. So as a result of these concerns, the CGRC requested specific recommendations regarding this. The recommendations were, in order to meet the needs of the growing requests and growing mandated services, the CGRC made the most equitable decision possible, which was to cut all the annual applications requests by 20% and to allow all of our partnership contracts, which are on a 3-year time frame, to continue, and this will be the last year of that 3-year partnership contract, to continue, but we're requesting clear direction for the following year. A request for the application and scoring to more closely align with priorities of the county and to demonstrate the impact and need for different funding requests. And another recommendation was to institutionalize a process that aligns funding with priorities and a need in the county, The Healthy Community Fund currently is working collaboratively with partner organizations in public health and senior services to identify needs and align strategies, goals, and outcomes to a formal process. As a result of these concerns, in the presentation of recommendations that were made in 2020, the Board of County Commissioners asked us to return for a work session to further discuss and make recommendations around the issues that I just spoke about. So now let's get into it. So Healthy Community Fund staff have reviewed all of the mandated funding to determine really where the impact to the discretionary funding exists for the Citizen Grant Review Committee and organizations that were receiving funding. Currently, the way that the percentages have, currently the percentages for funding are this. There are 22% of the entire Healthy Community Fund go to core public health functions. This includes nursing, critical nursing services as well. 46% goes to nonprofit health and human services agencies. 15% of the entire fund goes to senior services. 12% goes to community nonprofit agencies, and up to 5% can be used for Healthy Community Fund management and administration. So in this slide, what you can see is that public health, the total amount, 22% of the fund is $698,747. How much they're receiving through the Healthy Community Fund. Senior services, 15% of the fund is $476,419. The IGAs, so specifically detox, managed by Recovery Resources, there's no percentages except that this amount comes out of that 46% of nonprofit health and human services agency, out of that category. Detox is receiving $149,021. Integrated Health, which is Mountain Family Health Center, is getting this year $87,857. Mental health and substance use gets $304,985. So now let's look at the actual impact of this. So this is really an overview of how mandated services of the Healthy Community Fund have changed over time. So what you'll see is that the amounts increase. Well, first to note, 2018 to 2019, you'll see a big jump there. We have much more funding in 19 than we did in 18, and that's a result of the renewal of the fund at a much higher amount. And that's also reflected in the percentages. So in 2018, $419,856 was the amount of the total, 22% of the total fund. And then in 2019, when the fund grew, you can see that there was an increase there. And then you'll also see, what's notable is that in 2020, public health worked really closely with community health services to propose a budget that reflected the actual services that they were providing, which is why the amount decreased substantially in that year and didn't represent the full 22%. For 2021, public health is reclaiming the entire 22% to address growing needs in nursing services. These types of vacillations in funding impact available funding for the other organizations. When the new public health department was initially funded in 2017 by the Healthy Community Fund, staff registered concern about the sustainability of this model of funding given the potential for the department. So if you look at the percentage of what's available to others, which is at the very bottom, I don't know if you can see my mouse on the screen? Okay, so down here, gosh, that keeps popping up, but the last row here, what you can see, so when you're looking at that, what you'll see is what's available for the other organizations to fund. And there's a steady, approximately about a 0.5% downtrend, with the exception of 2020, with the CHS, the Community Health Services contract through public health. That year allowed for almost $90,000 to come back into the fund for discretionary use. It was huge. It was a nice supplement for our local nonprofits. The category of funding that keeps being drawn to question is the 46% funding dedicated to nonprofit health and human services agencies. When the mandated services vacillate or grow, not according to any sort of methodology, that's the category that's mostly affected. In some ways, we're really thankful that this came up in our recommendations in November, because it brought to clarity just really the changing landscape of the Healthy Community Fund and the real need for mandated services in our community. The Healthy Community Fund has shifted priorities over the last 4 to 5 years by implementing a more strategic approach to the way that the funding is used through IGAs or intergovernmental agreements, instead of only being used as a charitable contribution fund. Nan, sorry to put you on the spot. You didn't know I was going to do this, but in Nan's institutional wisdom, she shared with me that in 2002, when the Healthy Community Fund was the inception of it, when it first became what it is, there were about 7 or 8 organizations that received funding.
Actually, well, almost when I started working in 1991, there were 7 or 8. By the time 2002 happened and we were in a recession, the obvious cut was going to be to the Healthy Community Fund agencies, and that's why we started to pursue a dedicated tax. But by then we probably had, sorry if I misspoke, Lindsay, at that point in 2002 we probably had about 35 or 40, and now we have 70 something. Yeah.
72, yeah, we have 72 organizations that are, thank you for clarifying and appreciate that. So what this really brings to light is the issues that were addressed by the Citizen Grant Review Committee in their meetings, and really the need to set priorities for funding and to address the growth and volatility that occurs in the mandated services that are receiving funding through the Healthy Community Fund. Okay, moving right along. So the recommendations for you all to consider is the way that, the first recommendation is the way that public health is funded. We're bringing this to you today because we've seen great growth and diversity in the way public health is now operating. I would like to explore if this is the time to look at whether Healthy Community Fund is the best strategy for continuing to fund the Department for Critical Nursing Services in core public health functions. The second recommendation is that we'd like to see that all of our intergovernmental agreement contracts are regulated in a way that doesn't allow growth of these contracts to be absorbed by the Healthy Community Fund, but instead to draw funds for this growth from other potential county sources. The third recommendation is we'd like to start identifying community priorities and to monitor impact of the Healthy Community Fund. So we'd like to ask all organizations to report on outcomes that align with specific community needs assessments and the social determinants of health. Currently, Detox and Integrated Health Detox and Integrated Health have been reporting on outcomes that align with specific community needs assessments, pulled from the Roaring Fork Regional Health Assessment. That's attachment A that I included in the AIS. And to date, the outcomes for these IGA contracts have not yet been reported to the Citizen Grant Review Committee to help identify and illustrate just the impact of mandated services addressing these specific needs in the community. The Regional Health Assessment, and there's a section in there that identifies issues of concern in the report that directly tie to different social determinants of health. Those include mental health, substance use, access to health care, housing, and water quality, many of which are funded through the Healthy Community Fund. Public Health, in partnership with West Mountain Regional Health Alliance, use the social determinants of health, which are defined as conditions in the places where people live, learn, work, and play that affect a wide range of health and quality of life risks and outcomes. That's what they based their assessment findings on. A strategy map was used for the mental health and substance use category. That's attachment B is an example of that. It's what they used for mental health and substance use to link really specific strategies to outcomes that they're asking for through their contracts. Reporting on these outcomes can assist the Citizen Grant Review Committee in understanding how mandated services, contracts, are contributing to the impact of the whole fund and to different community needs to inform funding decisions for other organizations. The Healthy Community Fund staff and Citizen Grant Review Committee are exploring how tracking strategies to specific outcomes for organizations may help align practices with these types of formal community needs assessments, and then how funding may advance progress in each of the goal areas of the fund. And I'd be remiss to not plug the piece around energy and environment, that there's just given the priority around environment, this may mean considering a separate goal area specific to outcomes for that, where we can really start to link those things to community needs assessments. And then, let's see, lastly, aligning the scorecard of the Citizen Grant Review Committee to inform decisions on funding that really are linking to those different formal community needs assessments. So, here's the next step. So for discussion today, we'd like support to move forward with the following. The first thing is determining an appropriate percentage for the sustainability of funding for public health. The second being including outcomes for all IGA contracts, as well as organizations receiving funding through the Healthy Community Fund. We're also, the third proposed step is to consider IGA contract overages being funded by a source other than the Healthy Community Fund. The fourth is an alignment of strategies and outcomes to formal community needs assessments in the grant application, our mid-year and our annual reporting requirements. And then lastly, to align the grant scorecard completed by the Citizen Grant Review Committee with clearer definitions and priorities set by the community needs assessment to help support the Citizen Grant Review Committee and how they're making funding decisions among all the organizations. So, I'm going to stop there, but it's questions and discussion, but I'll go back to the proposed next steps. So that gives us the opportunity to have some discussion.
If I could, I would just add before questions, a couple of things, observations. You know, I mentioned 1991 when there were 8 agencies. And at that time, we were not County Commissioners was giving their own discretionary funds to other nonprofits. And we had 8 human service agencies. And it feels like, you know, in the almost 30 years, what's changed is that the Healthy Community Fund is changing from a charitable contribution to really looking at meaningful impact, because the dollars are so big now. So we don't have the luxury of, you know, being as informal as we were 30 years ago with these grants. I think that's one thing. And I think the other thing, you know, we're happy to keep supporting public health at 22% if that's what you want. It's a small portion of their total budget. But we got an email from one of the grant review committee members today, and Lindsay, I'm sorry if you said this, but this person's experience is that the money that we're all committing through intergovernmental agreements and mandated services is hijacking the Healthy Community Fund. Those are the terms he used. And so that's their experience, is that they get in there and they don't have the creativity that they used to because of the obligations that we have set through what I would call the great fiscal impact programs that we've had, where we work with the City of Aspen, Snowmass Village, Aspen Valley Hospital, to really make a difference with our money. So I just want to say, I think that's the big shift that we're seeing now, is the money is so big, the stakes are so high, the needs have grown dramatically, and we need to change our focus in the Healthy Community Fund. It doesn't have to be a major shift, but it has to be enough of a shift to justify all of the funding that we're providing through the fund. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Nan. And I actually would just ask Lindsay, can you go back one more slide to the recommendations as well? So we can discuss these. Okay, so I'll look to the board for questions or comments. Steve?
Well, looking at the first bullet point, I can't quite grasp what is being proposed there. If we do like a set amount that public health gets, not a certain percentage, and then they have to rely on fundraising or grant writing to get the rest of their money. Is that what you are proposing?
Sorry, am I off mute? I am. Thank you. So yeah, a consideration of the percentage. We saw some change when they really drilled into the amount community health services was needing, and that changed the percentage of how much they received. So it's a good time for us to just take a look at that and work closer with public health to see what the actual kind of budget to actuals of what they're needing for their department is.
And let me just clarify. So when you say when they drilled into community health services that they found savings, that's why we saw that reduction from 2019 to 2020, right? Okay. Okay.
So another way to look at it, I think, is we do supervise and oversee senior services, and you'll notice a very slight increase in senior services, and that's because we drill into Chad's budget, and we have, done everything we can to get rid of anything that is, that would appear to be extra. We don't have that authority with public health, and we don't have that time. And this is a big topic. I think it's just something to consider in the long view. But at the very least, what we would want is to start having outcomes presented that are directed towards the community goals of the Healthy Community Fund. John, you look like you want to add to that.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned. So just for the board, the health department is fairly new. And when the health department was created, there was recognition that there would be grant funds available as well as a match. And we had indicated that would happen through the public health fund. Right now, I think just looking at this percentage and trying to set it feels a little arbitrary to me. And so I think what the ask is here is to get a better handle on what the future looks like now that we have a more established public health department, figuring out what sustainability looks like and trying to get more predictability in the process. The board should understand that, as we start talking about other funds absorbing, that's really the general fund absorbing, or potentially the human services fund absorbing some of the contracts outside. I don't think there's many other sources right now. So I think what is being asked is, do you support these questions being asked right now? I'd be cautious about trying to lock in anywhere, because these discussions I don't think have even happened with public health at this point.
Thanks, John. It's a really good point. I don't think that deciding on a specific percentage today is the right ask. It would be more to start to consider this as we move forward in our budgets and our planning for future.
Francie.
So I'm sorry, I have a couple of questions. You may have answered these, Lindsay, in your earlier presentation, but I'm doing a little catch up here. So obviously it's really hard to determine where public health is going to be going compared to where it's been in 2020, given the emergency status of our entire public health system. And so I think I heard CJ was wondering where 22% came from. And I'm wondering why 22% rather than a hard cash understanding of their needs, because the 22% is more about your budget rather than public health's budget. You understand what I'm asking? So, obviously, let's hope that the needs for public health go down in the near future. And so is it important then to base what they're going to get on what else you have to do, or is it more important to base it on what their hardcore financial needs are, is what I'm asking. Do you understand what I'm asking, Lindsay and Nan?
Yeah, I think it's a great question too, because maybe that's part of the pathway or part of the idea of how we work through it. Maybe it's not about a percentage and it's about a budget that maybe can't go over a certain percentage or something like that. But I think it's a great question.
So,
but I do see that if you pick a hard number for public health, it could be a different percent each year, and that may affect your budgeting for other programs as well. So it is a conundrum, kind of.
So just a little bit of history too. I think the 22% evolved out of that hard number coming in, and Nan can probably talk a little bit about, initially when the public health department was established, it was based on an analysis where we hired the the Keystone Institute, I can't remember the name.
Yeah, Keystone Policy Institute.
Thank you, the Keystone Policy Institute that laid a foundation, and then that started getting built on. And that's where we basically gathered the grant dollars and then applied the local dollars against the Healthy Community Fund. And so it kind of established, so I think, Francie, it did come about the way that you're talking. I think it's also important to note that the additional funding that has come down for the pandemic response, Nan, correct me if I'm wrong, or Lindsay, that has not come out of the Healthy Community Fund. That's come either through the general fund or, well, it's come through the general fund. Some of that's been reimbursed through CARES Act funding. And so that 22% does represent the health department as it stood before COVID, at about the 8 3/4 FTE.
Yeah, I think it was, it was based a little bit on how we were funding community health services who were serving in the role of public health, in a much leaner view of where public health was going to go. And I think Karen did a magnificent job building public health even pre-COVID, and then of course in COVID everything is thrown out. And so the 22% was really because previously, before the public health department, and we were contracting public health, we were probably saving about 17 or 18% just for community health services. And so when we looked at the language for the renewal of this ballot, and the information from the Keystone Policy Center, the decision was made at 22%. And on some level, it was arbitrary too, right? And I think that's what we're just bringing up. Is it an opportunity to look at as we move forward? Because every dollar that we commit in mandated services is a good dollar, and it intentionally takes money away from other nonprofits.
Right. So Nan, let me just ask though, nothing that we're doing or funding is in contrast to the ballot language, right? Because it says in the ballot language that for health and human services and community efforts. So we just have sort of the conversation about, where you place that value, I guess, and where you create preferences or not. For those things that are all fair game under the ballot language. I want to, we have about 10 minutes left, so I just want to sort of wager a guess here about some things that we could provide clear direction on today, which might be they're the last two bullet points, and then we can come back and see what we need to further discuss about the first two. So I'm just going to wager a guess and see if the board agrees or disagrees with me about creating requirements for outcomes and aligning those outcome requirements with the application process. Seems like a good thing to do, and that we should be demonstrating the value clearly, to the community. So that's what I'll offer as what I think we can agree on, but let me check in with the other board members to see if there's more concern about those topics. Greg?
Yeah, thank you for that, Kelly. I agree. Outcomes, metrics and outcomes. I think, honestly, for me, the game has changed here. The amount of money we have and where we need to spend it has changed. And I think we need to certainly tie it to outcomes, and that will help us as we look at things like mission creep, or quite honestly, some organizations that we give money to may not need it as much if they have other sources. And I'm not talking about our own public health as much, which has been such a huge need, but I think what I'd like to, where I'm going with this is, we do have discretion here. I think we have an awful lot of discretion, and we need to fall back and rely on that. And we need to demand metrics and outcomes reporting. And I also think that we should not, we should think about the assumptions and the expectations, and that people shouldn't expect things to increase or be renewed automatically. You know, honestly, it's time to really open this up and look at it. It may be a little tougher as we work through it, because nothing will be automatic, but I think it's necessary because the ground has shifted under our feet here with our priorities. I could go into more detail, but I think I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Greg. Steve?
You know, I've been concerned about the fact that we've been kind of the sugar daddy to a lot of organizations. You know, it's the only big fund available, and more organizations have come to us with their hand out trying to get something. I think we do need to tighten the whole budget and make, you know, just have all of them do what you are proposing, that they, you know, they show that they're meeting the needs. I would also suggest that we would be like a moratorium. Don't increase the total number of organizations that we are supporting at this time. If there's a new organization that comes along, they could apply, but if another organization doesn't drop out of the funding, we can't just keep adding more and more organizations, because all of them then are getting less and less money. So they need to show that they're making good use of the money and meeting criteria that we set. And I wouldn't add more organizations at this point in time.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Lindsay, you want to reply?
Yeah, so Steve, it's interesting that you say that. The way that Boulder County manages a similar type of mill levy tax is by, they really fund only 7 or 8 organizations, and they fund them big. To really be able to track and see impact of the funds. And they don't do one-year contracts. They do longer-term contracts because you can't really see impact in just 1 year. So it's an interesting proposal that you're making about kind of capping or not allow, you know, instituting a moratorium or a way that we manage that piece.
Yeah, if I could follow up
Sure,
on
Steve.
my thoughts. Some of the organizations have similar missions as others who receive money. And maybe what we could stimulate is for some of those smaller organizations to start working together, and maybe they could have a common application and a common effort, kind of like we did on our mental health program. And if we could have fewer organizations making better use of the money by having some of them combine their efforts, I think that would be a good outcome.
Okay. So I think you have
Kelly,
some.
if I could.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just going to add, I heard you support the third and fourth bullet. And I guess I would, you know, in terms of the IGAs, I find myself in a position where I'm managing many of them or involved in the management of them. And so I think without making a commitment, I'd just like to say that, you know, as we move forward into planning for 2022, I'm going to be bringing up this issue of growth and how sustainable it is. Because if we're experiencing this in the Healthy Community Fund, our partners are feeling the same, right? And so I think we all have an obligation to look at the value, look at the growth in the way that they grow in different ways, and you know where we all want to go together. always measuring the value of these programs, which to date are still really valuable. The detox, the integrated health, and the mental health continuum of care in particular.
Okay, thank you. I'm hearing that there's some things I think we need to have a bigger conversation about before we can provide more direction. And this is just what I'm hearing. So, you know, John Peacock, I'll look for your guidance a bit here too. But it sounds like we definitely need to check in with public health. And I think, you know, we as a board don't really fully have a full grasp of like, what does the sustained public health department look like, right? Like beyond COVID. So I think with regards to figuring out, you know, which percentage of the fund is appropriate for public health to access, you know, we do need to have those two conversations, is sort of what I see. And then regarding the other, IGA contracts, you know, there's been a proposal here that I think requires a bigger values conversation about, do we continue to fund many and small amounts or few at larger amounts? And how do we make that decision? You know, I don't think it's appropriate for the board solely to make that decision without seeking additional input from a broader community of stakeholders about a pivot that big. Are two, so those are just some more outstanding points that I see, I think, before we can really hone in on some more specific direction for the fund right now. So I'll kind of look to other board members if you have additional points of conversation, and then John, I'll ask you to weigh in too. Francie.
I definitely support points 3 and 4. I mean, those are easy to support, and I would think that would be direction we could give right now. That makes a lot of sense. And then I don't really understand the second one well enough to make a comment on it, to be honest. And the first one, you know, if that's what Nan and Lindsay and it's there for that, I'm happy to go that way. But 3 and 4 for sure, and maybe just a touch more explanation on the second one.
Okay, Lindsay, do you want to explain the second bullet point, and then we'll go to John Peacock for some input too?
Yeah, the idea of the second bullet point is because the IGAs all come out of the percentage that's agreed on for the local nonprofits that are serving that are providing health and human services. That's that 46%. So what we were thinking in terms of the IGAs was that where we've really seen the impact mostly in the IGAs is with detox and with Mountain Family Health Center, the integrated health. Where the integrated health, especially, I mean, detox is their increase is pretty, I think it's about 3% every year that it's growing. And that's to accommodate for I'm trying to blank on the income, on people's income and just the growth and expansion of the program. Yeah, so and then the integrated health is really tricky because it started at 50,000 and now it's gone, it went up to over 100,000 and then it came, and then they gave us different numbers. It was just really volatile. We didn't have a lot of understanding of how it was growing, why it was growing that way. They were giving us invoices, and it was ultimately the invoices that we saw what that total amount was. So instead of us directing how much they were getting, they were directing how much we were getting, basically in response to what their needs were. So for that piece around the IGAs, it's like, is there a methodology that we're using in how they grow? Like the 3% really makes sense. There's kind of general growth, cost of living, that's what it is, right? The COLA adjustment each year. And then with the integrated health, there's not really a methodology that we understand right now of how that grows. And between the two, they are taking more money from that 46% of health and human services that are being provided. So the proposal is when they grow, does the Healthy Community Fund absorb them? Is it the Healthy Community Fund that absorbs the growth in those? Or is it that it's a set amount and it goes the same every year? Or is there a different, what John was saying was, if it's absorbed by a different fund, it would likely be the general fund. And is that the way to subsidize the growth as it's happening?
But so this is suggesting that rather than being so flexible and saying, okay, well, go ahead and keep spending if you need to, we'll figure out where it comes from. Rather than that, you're proposing a hard line, do not exceed this, this is your budget? Is that
for the Healthy Community Fund? For the Healthy Community Fund. Not, if there's a way that the county can absorb it a different way, then I don't know, it wouldn't necessarily be a hard no. If there were other ways that it could be subsidized.
Okay, just your share of it would be do not exceed.
Precisely.
Okay, thank you so much.
It's all the board share at the end of the day. I think it's important to understand that. And I think, this is a bigger conversation. I think what's happened with the Healthy Community Fund is there's different kind of methodologies and needs being addressed. And they've grown a little bit organically. In regards to the IGAs, I think we have mental health in there also, don't we? Still? So we have our mental health contract, we've got our physical health models, as well as our detox. And all of them are contracts where we've kind of gotten into risk-sharing models with our partners. And that risk-sharing, as we all know from insurance, sometimes you win and sometimes it costs you more than you project. And so it has a certain level of volatility in it. And so that's been how we've exercised creativity, I think, to get some of these partnerships put together and funding models put together. And so I think what is being asked today is, do we need to look at something that maybe gets addresses that volatility, or do we look at how we manage that? And it's been similar, I think, with public health. I think the volatility has probably increased a lot. I also think we're going to be seeing some changes over the next quarter. And this probably doesn't give us the time to really evaluate for the upcoming grant cycle, which would be a challenge. But I would anticipate on bullet point 1, how public health is funded nationally and in the state is probably going to go through some changes. And we probably need to be paying attention to that and figuring out a sustainable model. On bullet point 2, that's a little bit more of a philosophical conversation about how we want to work with our partners. If it's a hard number, it may limit some of our creativity in putting partnerships together, but will provide more predictability for those that exist in the rest of the fund. And I think once you get out of the mandated services and then the contracts, which are both new models that were introduced, then really we're into grant applications, which is the third way that dollars are drawn down. And those have been fairly broadly spread. I think, did we say 70? How many are we funding now? 72 nonprofits are getting funded. And I think there's also a philosophical question there about thinning the soup or concentrating for specified impacts. And so I think what staff is really asking for is kind of these broader discussions. I do think you're going to see a lot of movement and change happening with bullet points 1 and 2. My sense is by really where we'll have a better sense of how these are working out is as we get into our budget planning over the summer and fall. And you all need to look at how all the funds are interacting right now, because once you start pulling on one thread, it will affect others.
Sure. Lindsay, did you have another comment? And we're going to wrap up here because we're over time.
Yeah, so just my final comment is that bullets 1 and 2 are really big ideas. And I don't think the expectation was that today we were going to say 10% is now going to get, I don't think that was the expectation. What my hope is that bullets 3 and 4 are going to start to give us some data. And we'll be able to start seeing where gaps and needs are in our community and start tracking those outcomes for our IGAs and for our discretionary organizations that are receiving funding. And we may have more information in the next year when we come for recommendations. We may have some broader ideas or a better understanding of what's happening. And the first 2 bullets are really to start to plant that seed of it could change over this next year, those ideas, based on whatever data that we may see in the outcomes as we get this starting or get this going, really linking priorities with needs assessments.
Okay, so I think with that you have some direction, and then we have some things to be thinking about, and I guess we'll figure out with John and Lindsay and Nan and Lisa the timing for continuing these conversations. Does that sound good? Okay. All right, great to see you all. Sorry we couldn't dive in more on this. We will look forward to continuing it, and take care. We'll see you guys soon. Okay, and we're going to move on to, we're going to move on. We have our COVID-19 update, where there's always plenty to talk about. You're muted, John. John, you're muted.
Thank you. I was just explaining that I was having trouble finding all the right buttons and tabs. Give me just a second here. Are you seeing that presentation?
Yes.
Okay, great. Few things to go over with you. Want to chat a little bit about the State Dial 2.0. We'll integrate that with an overview of where we are in our metrics and how those metrics are changing, particularly with the changes that the state is making. Talk about vaccinations. I'll give a quick update. I didn't get this on the topics, but just where we are a little bit in our 5-star programs and business grant programs, and then trying to address questions. So the dial has changed. On the 5th, the state amended its public health order, which was really aimed at amending the state dial. And the new dial went into effect on Saturday, We actually didn't get the public health order really describing all the changes until over the weekend. And so what we'll talk about a little bit is what's changed in terms of the metrics for moving between levels. The process, as we understand it now, that has also changed for moving between levels. And just want to talk a little bit about how with this change, it's really signifying a change at the state level and what the goalposts are in terms of managing for the pandemic. And so we went over this last week. This did not change a whole lot from what was proposed. The state has gone from a 14-day to 7-day metrics, and they've widened the bands a little bit, but maybe we're going to really be watching this closely as far as when you have a small population and you have a fewer number of days, the volatility, the likelihood that you're going to have bigger shifts or elasticity in those numbers increases. There's also still some things we don't know. We're still waiting for direction from the state on. They had indicated that for communities with census populations less than 30,000, which we are, that we may have different metrics based on variability in our positivity rate and incidence rate. So we're still looking for clarity on how the metrics might apply to us versus our neighbors who have those populations over 30,000. In terms of movement between the levels, we did get clarity on this over the weekend when the public health order came out. And so in terms of moving to more restrictive levels in the dial, the public health order states that counties will remain in a dial level so long as they continue to meet the metrics in that level. And the italicized, the emphasized text I did, if a county falls out of compliance with the disease incidence metric, so they're really shifting focus from hospitalization to the incidence rate, okay? CDPHE will confirm the metric with the county and move the county to the next most restrictive level. So in this public health order, the state has shifted to really looking at specifically the incidence rate, which was a shift Pickens County had made a little while back here. And then it goes on to state that counties may also be moved to a more restrictive level based on sufficiency of testing and hospital capacity. And so when we started with the dial and with the state public health orders, the goalpost, the stated goal was really around maintaining capacity in the healthcare system. Now the state has really made a shift with the dial 2.0 to managing to the incidence rate. We think this is for a few reasons. One, paying attention to the new variants and keeping the spread under control while vaccinations roll out. We know that the new variants tend to move a little bit quicker. They're a little more contagious, and the state seems to have changed the process so that based on changes in the metrics, moves to more restrictive levels of restrictions actually happen quicker than they did under the old dial. There also seems to be more talk about the long haul effects, which aren't captured necessarily in a hospital metric. So these things I think are going to get talked about more later this week in the Board of Health meeting. by people who know a lot more about it than I do. But I do think it's really important to note that this change with the dial really does change in a way the goalposts that we're managing to in the pandemic. In terms of moving to a less restrictive level in the dial, and this is something that we did not understand when we were looking at the proposals last week, that for counties that meet all the metrics for the next less restrictive level for a 1 week period. If we meet, say for us in Orange, if we meet the yellow level for 1 week, and they're really focused on the incidence rate there, then CDPHE will confirm the metrics and move the county to the next less restrictive level within 2 days. So the process has changed a little bit. In terms of moving to a more restrictive level, there's no more that you have to be in those metrics for 2 weeks. No more informal that we're aware of that you have to have 2 metrics. They're really going to be watching the incidence rate and then having a consultation to move, which I think could increase the elasticity, and we'll keep talking about that. And then the move to less restrictive, you have to be in that less restrictive metric for a week. Does that make sense?
Francie?
So, is this saying that the Board of Health will not be operating independently as it has been doing, but it will operate under the state guidelines, and the state will say what zone, what dial, where we're at on the dial?
So you're anticipating, can I parking lot the question, Francie, for I think it's 2 more slides, and we're going to talk about that exact thing.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Greg?
In terms
Greg...
of where, oh, sorry.
Oh, I just wanted to quickly ask, and this may be in a future slide, what does that do to the 5-star program, if anything?
If I could get you to wait 4 slides, maybe we'll get to that one. In terms of where our metrics are now, when you go out onto the state dial, they'll show that our incidence rate, as of today, is in yellow. Our positivity rate's looking good, as well as our hospitalizations. The state data tends to lag. This is a snapshot from our daily report. And one of the challenges, and we're trying to get clarity from the state right now, where we actually fall on the dial metrics, because we do not have a full week yet where we have not been in the new orange level on our daily incidence rate by our local data. So we're trying to get clarity about how the state is applying this. But really, our trend right now, we've spent a few days really just below that orange level. I would note that today, obviously, we only have a few hours of data, so that's gonna change. That will go up if we get positive cases in today. Elasticity is a concern because it doesn't take as many cases, right, to move the 7-day average. And so we're also seeking some clarity from the state about how is that move to the next highest level really going to occur. If we have a 1-day exceedance like we did on the 4th and the 5th, are they going to expect us to go into orange for a week? So we're still getting some clarity on the process, and hopefully we'll have some of that for the Board of Health meeting on Thursday.
Hey, John, I would just suggest that maybe we need to put on the website the information about how this has changed. Because, you know, if you were really attuned to the old dial, you're thinking, oh, 250 is like almost near red. Why are we in yellow? You know, and didn't it used to be 175 was the cutoff, you know, between yellow and orange or whatever. So I think it would help to clarify, like the first slide that you put up about the dial where it shows the 7-day, and then the you know, the yellow is this range, the orange is this range, the red is this range.
And we do have some new information going up, so double check to make sure that's in there. And Francie and Greg, I lied, I have your slides. We're getting to Greg's question first, and then we'll get to yours, Francie, I promise. 5-star program. So this is a change. I know there's been some state news on this, but in the yellow level, so if we are to go into yellow, and we'll talk about that process in a second, businesses that have been 5-star certified may operate at level blue capacity once Colorado has vaccinated 70% of Coloradans age 70 and older with a minimum of 1 dose of vaccine. So Greg, that's one impact right now, that until the state declares that they've been able to reach that benchmark, if we're in yellow, we won't be able to operate at blue levels. Otherwise, the 5-star program for certified businesses is intact. And so if you're certified and we're in orange, businesses will be able to operate at yellow level restrictions significantly. For most businesses, that means going from a 25% to 50% capacity that are experiencing those restrictions now. So the dial still operates in the same fashion. We do have 71 applications. 60 of them are going to our administrative committee for review and approval right now. In terms of the upcoming Board of Health meeting, and Francie, I think this is where we start to get to the question you were asking. So Pickens County is still operating under the public health order last adopted by the Board of Health on January 17th. And counties are still allowed and have been throughout the pandemic since the emergency was declared in March 2020 to be able to have greater restrictions than the state, but not be less restrictive than the state. So that is still the case, and so it is still a decision of the Board of Health whether to align with the state dial 2.0. Our current public health order is more restrictive. Right now, we're in orange. We think that we would be moving to yellow. We're still confirming that with the state. But one of the major decisions coming in front of the Board of Health on Thursday is exactly to the question that you were asking, Francie, which is, so are we aligning to the state dial now, or are we going to continue to have a public health order that's more restrictive? It will be staff's recommendation to the Board of Health to align with the state dial, and then to adjust our restrictions based on the movement in the metrics as the state directs. If our current metrics hold, that put us into yellow when the public health order is amended. And so for Greg, that's going to be, I think, one of the major questions put in front of the Board of Health. And so, Francie, I think to answer your question, something that you all probably should talk about a little bit in terms of, giving Greg some direction on where this board stands as he goes into the Board of Health meeting. And maybe I didn't, did that answer your question, I guess, first, Francie? Okay.
Greg?
So, John, before I start hearing what every board member, thinks we should do, Patty has already weighed in, by the way, and nothing out of the ordinary there. She said she certainly would advocate going to yellow as soon as we can. What would prevent us, the Board of Health, from doing that? Do you have any insight to what locally would prevent us from moving in that direction as soon as Thursday?
Well, I think the elasticity of the numbers, I think we have a much greater likelihood of moving in and out of restrictions over shorter periods of time, and so that's a potential challenge with the new dial. The incidence rates are higher, but I think the idea here is as we get into vaccinations, and we may want to do the vaccination update and come back to this discussion, that, as vaccinations start to roll through our more vulnerable populations more quickly, that greater risk is acceptable. So that would be a conversation as to whether that's the case or not. And then, of course, the potential impact of variants, which we have been detected in the Valley on the incidence rates.
Right. If I could just ask to tag on to that, do we see that this is going to cause people who've been applying for the 5-star program, and when I think of 5-star, I think basically it means increased scrutiny and metrics on how businesses are responding in terms of safety and preventing transmission. Are we going to see people just decide not to bother? It's like, well, we're out of the woods, let's not bother with 5 stars. Is that a negative incentive for the? I'd love to see everybody get in the 5-star program and stay. It'd be like, forever.
So, Greg, that's hard to predict. I think we've certainly heard that concern coming from other counties where the dial moves, some frustration about going through the challenge of getting 5-star certified and the extra measures, and then the dial moving anyway. That said, I do think it's a little bit of a hedge with a dial that may change. We may go into more restrictive levels more quickly as our incidence rate goes up and down. We're not far between the orange and the yellow levels right now, so it doesn't take a lot of cases to change that. And 5-star still provides some hedge if we're in red and orange levels. At yellow, it doesn't right now.
Right. So we can still advise it as a good course of action, a prudent thing to do to help counter the elasticity of the situation.
Yes.
Okay. I think maybe let's go on, John, and then we'll revisit.
Come back.
Yeah.
So I think the board has probably seen this, but there's been, and there will continue, I suspect, to be amendments to the state guidance around the priorities for vaccine distribution. We now have 3 phases in phase 1. The really 4 phases. We have 1A, 1B.1, 1B.2, and 1B.3. What has changed? So these were existing priorities. Coloradans aged 65 to 69, as well as pre-K through 12 educators and child care workers, were also included. And then in 1B3, frontline essential workers and people aged 16 to 64 with 2 or more high-risk conditions. So we're getting just some changes in the direction that the state's giving us in terms of priorities. We did get some good news, and this is a little bit of a busy slide, but I wanted to kind of give you, this is the history of how vaccines have come in to the county. For this week, we got a nice Monday morning surprise. Over the weekend, the system had showed that we should expect 200 Moderna vaccines, and that's what we were planning to. On Monday morning, we had gotten what we affectionately call the pizza box of Pfizer vaccines, and it's actually 975 doses, but each vial usually contains an extra dose. We feel like we can get 1,170 to 1,180 doses, depending on how those vials work out. So this week is actually our biggest week yet in terms of vaccine distribution. So that's exciting. Not including our 1A, our healthcare workers. That will add up to just over 3,000 first doses, and just under 1,300 second doses that we will have given after this Friday. So we are, it's going to make a big dent in this 1B1 and 1B2 populations that we're just talking about. Right now, on the moderate risk healthcare workers, we're estimating we have about 30 or such remaining that have not gotten their vaccines yet. On our 70 plus population, we're estimating 400 to 500 of the 1,200 who had registered. In terms of our pre-K and early, the licensed child care facilities, we're estimating about 730 right now. And then as we get into our 65 to 69 population, we've had 1,250 pre-register with us. We know from our census estimates, really close to our census estimate of 1,300. Probably means we're going to end up with more than this 1,300 at the end of the day at this point. And then the other prioritization for the state is 6. This week, based on, that early on, the Board of Health has adopted goals related to getting our kids back in school and related to child care. And so there's a lot of coordination going on right now to really reach out to the remaining 70 plus population. We've actually reserved out 750 doses right now for our pre-K through 12 and early child care employees, and then we'll be opening up to really begin focusing on our 65 to 69 population. So this is really going to make a huge impact for us in terms of finishing up our 1B1 population and really making a significant impact on our 1B2 population. So,
it's exciting. Cool.
Yeah, that is. I mean, that would. I can't tell you just what a big difference that made for the public health staff and the planning meeting to go from 200 doses, which we were like, gosh, this is going to take. How do we message this? To being able to do this now is great news, and spirits were pretty high. Just real quick, we did have 94 applications that have largely been reviewed. So I'm sorry, I say reviews begin this week. I obviously did not edit. What I meant to say is that first round notices should be going out this week. And I believe right now we're sitting at about 900,000 of recommended award of the monies that the board appropriated. So more to come on that, and again, information is available on aspencommunityfoundation.org. That's all I really had for you guys.
John,
Except for the Board of Health discussion.
I do have a question about if someone's rejected or dissatisfied with their amount, what are they being told as far as how to raise that concern?
You know, I think initially it'd go back to the Aspen Community Foundation and the committee that they set up. Ultimately, there's always an appeal that can come back to the Board of County Commissioners or staff, since you all had appropriated those funds.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we definitely have some time for discussion here. So do we want to go back to, I guess one question outstanding is our vaccines are looking good for vaccinating our 70 plus population. And is the state on track to do their 70% of 70-70 that would allow for the movement in the dial and the 5-star program to operate with more capacity?
So Kelly, and I can go back to my screen if it's helpful for the board, but what we are hearing from the state is that they are still on track. They're going to be posting their metrics. They're putting together a scorecard, if you will, or more detailed scorecard by county. We haven't seen that yet. So we'll probably have a better sense when that data is released. You know, and it's really going to depend on vaccines continuing to flow, and I think the state is anticipating that over the next few months we'll see increases in distribution from the Fed. So yeah, but I don't know. We don't have a lot of specific data as to where the state's at right now on that.
Okay. Greg?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, you know, the two elephants in the room are the ubiquity of the vaccines, and then the second one is, I guess it's ubiquity of the variants. How are we doing? Do we have confirmation that those suspected variants were indeed the variants that appeared in the valley, and it's a race against them as well in order to. So as we're looking at this idea of reopening and going back to business as usual, we've got some pretty big question marks here. The vaccines seem to be in progress, but the variants are also a big concern.
So they have the markers, but my understanding is we haven't gotten confirmation from the state lab. We are working with our testing partners, including Microgen through Dr. Allen's practice, as well as all the tests that have been conducted through AVH to make sure that all positive samples right now are going to the state lab to be tested for the variant. So I think as those results come back, we'll have a better sense of where we really stand on it, Greg, but it's taken a little bit of time to turn those around.
Great, thanks. I'm just thinking that the UK variant doesn't seem to be too big of a problem. I guess our vaccines are effective. Do you think that we're going to be in a good position to be able to track the other more concerning variants, the South African or the Brazilian? So far, those are the only ones we know about, but I'm sure there are more, right? Just wondering, are we going to be is the state on top of being able to track those so we really understand how the state stands in terms of resilience, the variance spread.
And our understanding is they have the ability to process tests for those. How widely, I don't know if all communities are doing as many samples into the state lab for the variants as we are. But Josh or Jordana may be able to answer those questions better than I.
Francie?
I just want to point out that, or maybe add, that going to yellow still restricts the businesses to 50%, so it's not like we're going back to the way things were before. 50% is still only 50%.
Thanks, Francie. I guess I would comment that I'm still unclear. I guess I just don't have familiarity enough with the change in the dial to understand like what the new dial numbers mean for compared to like the old frame of reference that decisions were made for the public health order. So, I guess I'm just, it's like, okay, if we adopt this dial, are we adopting a higher tolerance for a higher incidence rate? Or are we, still along the same lines of concern that has been debated and, deliberated since November? So that's what I'm a little unclear about. So I guess my direction for Greg for the Board of Health would be, my input would be, I think we've made, the Board of Health has made good decisions with the data that's been known and understood, and fitting this new dial into that context and maintaining consistency with that, I think is appropriate. And that, perhaps, since the state guidance for us shifts, that's always a shifting landscape, we always have the opportunity to incorporate what we've been told into the public health order as far as, when you move into more and less restrictive places. Like, we retain that authority to do that, and I think managing expectations is incredibly important in our public health orders. So we may just want to incorporate that guidance into any updated public health order so it provides that surety for how decisions will be made. So those would be my 2 points of input. Steve?
So I like the fact that if we could have our Board of Health match the state's 2.0, I think that takes a lot of the pressure off of the local boards of health when the state is mandating more of the decisions. I think that makes it easier locally all across the state. The reason the state is loosening up the restrictions now is because of the vaccination rate that they feel comfortable in, that we're a little bit more protected now. And I was about ready to go to war if they were going to keep just sending us a trickle of vaccines here, because other counties were vaccinating 65 to 70-year-olds a week ago. And here we had this big backlog of 70 plus, and we weren't getting the vaccines to vaccinate them. And a while ago, the state said that they weren't going to go until the whole 70 plus in the state was vaccinated. They weren't going to let anybody go to the next group. And I don't know what happened with that guideline, but apparently, it was kind of thrown out with the bathwater, because other areas had already been vaccinating a lot of the younger people. There were a group of teachers from RA1 who got vaccinated, but that was not a policy thing. That was a fact that I-70 was closed and they couldn't vaccinate the people who were scheduled to be vaccinated. And it was a good move that they used up that vaccine, offered it to teachers who were in the Glenwood area already. So that wasn't a policy decision to start vaccinating teachers. It was just a lucky turn of events for the teachers in RA1. I am really concerned about the variants because they are much more virulent than what we have had. And I would not at all be surprised if we end up back in the orange level just because of a spike in having these different variants pop up. I think the best thing to do, if we can keep getting a steady supply of vaccine, we'll see next week if they give us that same number again. That would be wonderful if they would. But I think another thing I've been reading a lot about is recommendations that people get better masks. And they see that as a really important strategy for the new variants. And just wearing a double layer of cloth mask like I've been doing is not that's not recommended. They really recommend having manufactured, there's so many different numbers floating around, I get confused about which one is which, but they say that, using one of the manufactured one, then with a cloth mask over it to help hold it into place can be the best strategy. So I would like to have our Board of Health take a look at that and maybe come out with more recommendations, or maybe try to get a big order of a recommended type of manufactured mask in town to distribute to people, because I think that could go a long way to help keep from going into another spike. We are not out of the woods on this thing by any means, and we could be back into lockdown again real quickly if we're not careful.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Francie? You're muted.
I'm sorry. I feel like the state has probably done its due diligence, and they have a lot of experts that they rely on, and I think our public health department has done an amazing job of keeping track of all the metrics and relying on experts, but I think the state has more resources. And so I would recommend that we follow with what the state recommends. And I agree with Steve that it certainly will make it a lot easier on our Board of Health if they're not trying to make their own decisions and then battle all the restaurants and hotels and everybody who reacts to their decisions. And I think it has created, as your letters have indicated, Greg and Kelly, it's created an adversarial situation in our community that I don't think we really need to perpetuate by when we could just say, well, the state is recommending this, so we're going to do what the state recommends. And I think that would pour some oil on the waters and just make people more comfortable. And also, in this particular case, it would also give the restaurants a little more business right now, but perhaps not. I mean, in the future, it could mean that it's stricter. Who knows, where it might go. But it does take the pressure off the Board of Health, and I think it would calm the unrest in our community quite a bit.
I can relate to that goal for sure, but I don't think the state has always been a reliable partner in this pandemic response, and I think they have made political decisions that we need to be on guard for as well about what may be best for our community, and to allow that latitude in our public health department, because there were times when we needed expertise and we didn't get it, and we had to foster it internally to make good decisions. And so, we have a shared goal for sure. I don't doubt that, but I I think our public health board should continue to retain their independence on decisions, should they better serve our community, personally. Greg?
Great. I think I hear everybody loud and clear. And Kelly, I think that we would do that regardless. By going with the state recommendation now, we're not losing our ability to make an adjustment, but I certainly understand and hear what Francie is saying and what Patty said and what Steve said as well. Looking back, I think we actually strayed from the state's recommendations early on because it was actually less beneficial for our community, our business community. And so we modified because we were asked to, and we were trying to figure out how to, have our cake and eat it too regarding keeping businesses going, but fighting what looked like the next spike. So I know it goes both ways, as Francie said, but what I'm hearing, and I agree with, is that we go with the state rules at this point, but of course we're going to be paying attention and we'll have our eyes on, how things go. What I'm hoping is that we're all, at the same time, we can also have a very clear message to the community that, as Steve says, we're not out of the woods yet, that we still have some, we still have a high incidence rate, even though it's low. It's higher than it was early on. We consider this rate scary back in the early days, right? So just because it's come down so dramatically doesn't mean it's over. So as long as we can keep everybody on task, protecting the community, I think that's the messaging that I'll be putting out. But I think I'll recommend and vote for going with the state recommendation unless something else happens between now and Thursday. But I think I'd hear from you all too if something big happened. Looking forward toward another big ski event coming to town, we have to be especially vigilant. If we want to pull this off, our community is going to have to be very, very careful. And it's going to come down to, all of us, everyone involved, to stick to what we know works regarding masking and distancing and staying out of confined spaces and out of groups. And I think hopefully we won't see an X Games spike, and hopefully we won't see a Super Bowl spike, and hopefully we won't see a World Cup spike or FIS spike at the end of that one. So anyway, I'm pretty clear on the message from everybody. Thank you, and I'm always here to hear other input.
Francie?
Just a really quick question about the FIS thing, John. Is that public now? I didn't see the paper this morning.
Yeah, it was in the paper this morning. I didn't think that there had been an official announcement yet. I think those details were still getting worked out last I heard, but yeah, it was in the papers this morning, and it's an exciting event for our community to hopefully be hosting here.
And then we do have about 5 more minutes, so if it's okay, I'd like to do just a check-in with the board about the piece of legislation related to the formulation of the public health boards. Because I'm not sure our board has a consensus, so I'm not sure how to advocate one way or the other at CCAT and CCI when this comes up for discussion. So, John, do you have a sort of understanding of where you think we're at? And Francie, I can't remember if we had this conversation while you were on the board or beforehand, but there is a bill that's being proposed that would prevent, it would require that boards of health be made up of community member medical experts, essentially, and would exclude elected officials and county commissioners, is my understanding of the bill. And there was some sort of pros and cons to how that works for the objectives of public health, and I'm
very aware of it.
And some concerns about?
Yeah, so yes, I was there when we discussed it, and.
Okay, all right, thank you. So, anyway,
Yeah,
that.
I was there and I've been reading about it.
Okay, great. So I just want to check in because I'm not really sure if I just say we don't have a consensus position or we're neutral, or if there is a majority of the board that feels one way or another.
Just, as I recall, the board's position, was in opposition, to, commissioners, being excluded, from the Board of Health. But not necessarily opposed to requiring a structure that had a Board of Health that would be inclusive of medical experts as well as potentially commissioners or other elected officials to balance the different viewpoints. And I think that's where this board ended up. Last time that could be supportive of legislation that incorporated either of those kinds of positions.
Okay. Greg?
I think unless it's changed again, they were talking about excluding county commissioners, but they didn't mention excluding other electeds. So I think if this is a flawed piece of legislation as proposed, and in the first meeting that we had, it was a statewide meeting, a lot of county commissioners, maybe almost from every county were on the call. There wasn't a single county that supported it, and including us. And I think there were many different reasons, but one is not holding the purse strings, but not having anybody a voice in the board seemed to be a problem for a lot of people. Other counties simply said that they would have trouble finding people to be on the boards of health. They aren't as rich in terms of resources, of intellectual resources as we are here, and there are other reasons as well. But the thing that I noticed, and I think the proponents of this took it back and we're going to revise it, and they were going to actually look at our model to see if they thought that would make sense for the way we're doing it, because we're kind of unique in the state. But then they came back and said, no, we're going back to our original plan. We couldn't get any traction, so we're just going to say no elected or no county commissioners on the Board of Health. But once again, they haven't included elected officials from municipalities. And so I kind of think it's flawed. And I'd be inclined to be against it again, although as I did before, I recommended that we keep having the conversation. It's a really useful and good conversation, and it all revolves around the effect of politics on public health decisions. And as we have seen lately, I'm not saying we have the best solution, but we need to keep examining what's possible and what might work. So that's my perspective on it. But yeah, I'd probably advocate voting against it again, and I don't know anybody who was for it, quite honestly. So at least among the county officials. Thanks.
Okay, so, Steve, go ahead, and then John, I'll just ask you to restate again, because I heard we oppose this but could support that, and I just want to be very clear since I'm being asked for input. I'm not sure I'm clear yet, so. Steve.
Well, I agree wholeheartedly with Greg. I would be opposed to the bill as they have it written now. There are a lot of rural counties in the state who, some of them don't even have doctors in their county, and if they're trying to get medical personnel on their Board of Health, that would be really difficult. There's at least one or more multi-county boards of health. There's one where there are 6 different counties with one Board of Health. Yeah. And I think they have one commissioner from each county on it. So there's a lot of different ways that the boards of health are made up. The reason the legislators are proposing this legislation was to try to depoliticize the boards of health. If the state Board of Health or the state CDPHE, if their guidelines are strong and acceptable across the state, and the boards of health are kind of taken off of the burner in their local community, let the CDPHE take the heat on the things instead of the locals. That would depoliticize it locally too without this piece of legislation. I don't see how this legislation's going to go forward unless has some pretty big modifications to it. I like our model very much so. I wish they would have gone with that as, you know, to try to have more counties emulate what we're doing.
Okay, so let me just restate what I think I'm hearing. So we oppose the exclusion of Board of County Commissioners on boards of health, but we could support a bill that would compose boards of health to include a county commissioner and other electeds and medical experts. And do we have any opinion about whether there's a majority or a minority of electeds or anything like that? Greg?
I would just have to say that I appreciate that we have a minority of electeds on this Board of Health, and I would, you know, I'm actually on the fence. I talked to a guy from Wyoming yesterday who said that in Teton County, the commissioners appoint a Board of Health for medical professionals, and they keep hands off. And it'll be interesting to see how their decisions go. So I'm thinking, well, it's great to have a robust conversation, but at some point you have to realize you're having a conversation with people whose interests are completely outside the public health sphere, and it certainly makes it more complicated, and I guess I'm okay with that. But there are times in this recent round of debates where I just thought, wow, we're taking a lot of heat here over issues which probably are beyond if I can say it, is beyond the purview of the people making the comments. You know, maybe this should be in the purview of public health and medical professionals, and that's it. And that's my current thinking, but I would go along with what I hear you saying.
Okay. Any other thoughts if there's an opinion about a minority or a majority? Because I think if we're going to make any traction on any amendments to this bill, there needs to be some like positive, amendments offered. So this is our opportunity to do that. And, I think through CCAT, there's an open dialogue about that with the sponsors, even though they kind of went and then came back and then went. So what are your thoughts on that? Francie?
I think that one of the reasons for keeping a county commissioner from all the different counties on is that they have taken an oath, and of course, it's a little, after the last 4 years, it's hard to really put a lot of faith in those oaths, but they have taken an oath to, basically serve the public and take care of the county and follow the Constitution. And so I think that, it's not a bad idea to have somebody who's done that on the board, whether it's a city official or a county commissioner or whatever. But I do like your idea, Kelly, of being specific, that maybe elected officials have to be in the minority so that feels that the decisions are not politically motivated, that if it is just politically motivated, then the politicians would be in the minority. And I also think that having people who are trained in medicine in what area, whether they're just statisticians or doctors or whatever, is also good. So I wouldn't object to a little more specificity in what you take back, so that there's some guidance in some way. I don't know whether that would ever pass anything. Probably the less specific, the more likely it would be to pass, but that's kind of my feeling.
Thank you. Steve, any thoughts on this? No? Okay. Well, if it's okay, I'd like to, because I think a minority of electeds can help, retain the integrity of the health decisions on a public health board. And so I would like to offer that as a suggestion. And I'll just say, we would need to see a final bill before we take any formal position, but we think this is what could move it forward. Steve?
If the Board of Health could talk about this a little at this week's meeting and give their feedback on it, I think I would appreciate that. I like our model personally. I think that's what the legislators should be modifying their proposal to.
Greg?
Kelly, yeah, I was just thinking, we could advocate for having a commissioner, but it would be conditional upon it being in the minority. I like it when it's conditional, because I think that, as Steve points out, and as we've said, it makes an important difference. So perhaps those are tied together, if you're, going to go and advocate, that it be conditional that they're in the minority, and I'd be comfortable with that.
Okay, thank you very much. That was really helpful feedback. We have a break scheduled. I want to check in if the board would still like to take that break or if we'd like to charge through. Yes, Steve?
I suggest that we have our interview right now because Lynette is here, and then we could take our break afterwards.
Okay, and we do have a lot of future agenda and open discussion to discuss, so just want to give you a preview. So yes, I see, hello, Lynette Connor, how are you? And I see Patty Kravitz here, who maybe, Patty, do you want to introduce the interview or the board that we're interviewing for, and Lynette, if you would like, and yourself, of course.
Sure. I'm Patty Kravitz. I am with Picken County Senior Services representing the Senior Services Council, and we are, the Senior Services Council is a meets monthly as an advisory council for senior services and the senior nutrition program.
Okay.
Anything else you would like me to include?
Sure. So maybe just, is Lynette a new applicant, and how many openings do you guys have, and all of those things? Just some broad information for us for this interview.
Sure. The Senior Services Council does have current openings. I don't know how many off the top of my head. Lynette is a new applicant.
Okay.
She was, I believe, one of our current members reached out to Lynette and thought she would be a good member for us.
All right, wonderful.
Hello.
Steve, you have a question before we...
Well, just to clarify, there are lots of openings I think there's 5 openings right now for regular voting members on the board. We have 3 members, current members are going to be term limited come this, shortly in April, I think it is. And so we've really been shorthanded, have been trying to come up with more people, with people asking people like Lynette if they'd be interested in joining us. So that, I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, Steve. And Charlotte, did you want to give us any background?
Sure. So there are actually 5 regular vacancies at this time with 6 alternate vacancies. I had written in the AIS that Sean Cox was being scheduled for an interview, but she has informed me that she does not have the time to be on the board at this time. So we have no other applicants at this time.
Okay. Thank you very much. And Lynette, welcome. Thank you for joining us today. Ordinarily, we'd meet you in person, but we're just in this new electronic reality. So it's nice to see part of you over Zoom. And I welcome you to introduce yourself and talk about your background and your interest in senior services. And then we'll go around and we'll have the board members ask you any questions.
Great. Thank you so much. I am Lynette Connor. I'm a 30-year resident of the Valley. My career has involved primarily speech-language pathology services. I just recently retired from the Aspen Middle School, where I had been the speech language pathologist for 20 years. I have worked on and off with seniors over my life, you know, from being a nurse's aide in a nursing home to being a speech language pathologist and working in care facilities. And then I happened to, because I'm recently retired and there were not a lot of volunteer opportunities available for me to participate in since I've retired, I happened to run into Mary Barber one day walking around the golf course, and she's always ready to talk to you about volunteer opportunities. And so it was delightful. I've known Mary for quite some time, so it was delightful to run into her. And so I currently deliver meals for the senior center on Thursdays, and I'm absolutely loving that. And then, you know, as I've been told, be careful what you volunteer for, because you never know what else you might be tapped for.
All right. Well, wonderful, Lynette. Thank you. Is there questions for Lynette from the board? Greg?
I can't think of a question now, Lynette, but I just want to thank you. You know, having worked in our schools for really the equivalent of a career plus some, and then jumping in with the volunteer meal delivery, I see the appeals for that come through our emails, and wow, I wonder if I could do that, and I haven't yet. But I'm always so grateful when I see that it gets handled so quickly, and it's people like you who are doing it. And so I just want to express my gratitude and congratulate you on your stellar career in our schools. And thanks again. That is something to be celebrated. So I am eager to have you come on Senior Services. And you know, I don't know if you've observed it enough to contemplate how you would facilitate any change or advocate for any changes in what's happening, but if you have any ideas on that, I'd love to hear them.
Well, I know that the community is, the senior center community has always been an important part of the community. I know in my time at the schools and with my own children who grew up here, they had volunteered at the senior center. They were big on those tech committees, you know, when they would go over. And little did they know I would be one of their clients. But I know that the senior center, everyone is involved in the senior center, it seems, in some way, shape, or form. Whether it's partaking of some of their services or providing some of their services. I think it's such a great thing, because being a senior is really a spectrum of who you might be. My mother and my father-in-law are exactly the same age, and they are on different ends of that spectrum. So I think it's important that we help the seniors stay connected, and we help them live life the best that they can. And maybe they may not need services now, but it's good for them to know what's out there. You know, just for me delivering meals recently, it's just been a nice touching stone, you know, to talk to them. I try and, at a distance, of course, and masked, but I try to touch base with them and ask them how they're doing and if they got their COVID shots and have they had any reactions, and talk about the weather, talk about whatever we can. Just to spend a little bit of time with them, because I know not all of them do get out of their houses right now.
You know, thank you for that. It occurs to me that during the pandemic, I haven't seen very many seniors, and one reason is they're being safe. They're distancing and they're protecting themselves. And honestly, I think their voices are missing in the community. You know, where before I see them on the street at least when they were in town, but I'm not seeing that now. One thing I really miss about the old Aspen is that we had a cantankerous community, and maybe it's not more cantankerous, But what I would love to see is more seniors weighing in on the topics at hand, you know, letters to the paper, things like that. So maybe I'll come in and start a letter writing, you know, program there. Maybe Patty and you could take that on. But just, you know, we need to hear from them. And they're such a part of our community, but they have been invisible for the last 10 months. And so it occurred to me that, wow, maybe we could start a irreverent letters to the editor campaign or something. Let's stir things up here. Thanks.
Can be a love
So
note
they're
to Greg.
invisible, but they're well, because they're getting their hot meals and they're staying in, and they're well. And I think that that's important.
Thank you. Francie.
Well, clearly, Lynette, you are a service provider type of person, and so I just want you to know, I would thoroughly support your wanting to be in this position. You sound like a perfect person for it, and thank you so much for the service you've done in the past and that you're willing to do now.
Thank you so much.
Steve, any questions or input?
Well, not questions, more comments. Francie and I are both former teachers, and I think teachers are, by and large, lifelong learners, and they stay engaged in the community probably more so than other segments of the population. So I'm not at all surprised that someone who worked in the local school for 20 years wants to stay engaged, and thank you for helping out on delivering the meals. I know that a lot of the seniors enjoy going to the senior center to get meals, but there's a whole other segment of the aging population who don't want to be identified as with the stigma of being, you know, a person who would go to a senior center for activities or meals. Do you have any ideas on how to engage with the people who don't want to admit that they're getting older and maybe would enjoy participating in some activities?
Well, you know, that's interesting because I am a senior and therefore qualify for all the services at the senior center. I was actually just looking at them because Mary told me I should check out the menus. But I do know that they don't want to be identified. I think it, you know, maybe reaching out to peer groups, you know, for example, a peer group of mine, and seeing how we could get involved with the senior center as seniors. Again, you know, when I look at the website and everything that's going on, it's pretty much all virtual, but that doesn't mean that there's not a way in. I know I have some friends that say, I should do something like that, but they're not able to on a regular basis. So I think that there are some opportunities for sure.
All right. Well, Lynette, thank you. You had answered my question. I was curious about how you thought the seniors who you were doing meal deliveries with were faring through all this. I was really interested to hear that. So thank you for sharing. And, you know, we look forward to having you, I think, on the board. I think that, you know, it's wonderful when people volunteer, and we'll have to sort of formalize this through our appointment process. But yeah, it's very nice to meet you today, and we thank you for being willing to help out.
Thank you for your time today.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Lynette.
Okay.
Nice
Bye-bye.
to see you, Patty. Okay. Let's see. So with that, why don't we take a short break? Is 5 minutes okay? Because like I said, we do have open discussion and several future agendas, topics to discuss. So I think we'll use up all the time. So if 5 minutes is okay, then we'll come back at 10 after 3. Okay, grassroots, a 5 minutes break, please. Okay, welcome back everyone to our Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, February 9th. We're reconvening after a short break. And our next item is a review of future agendas. So John Peacock, any updates or questions?
Yeah, just a couple of things for you. First, I had emailed out, you probably didn't get a chance to look at it yet, but what I hope is a final draft of our retreat agenda. I can pull that up on the screen too, if you didn't have a chance to look at that. It's had some minor revisions. One, we are going to do it in person. We opted for a local low-cost option. So we're going to do it at the library in the Dunaway room. That's a large room that we can achieve appropriate spacing and gives the board an opportunity to take break when we have longer breaks to, be in town for those. Other than that, roughly there are some minor edits, I think, based on our last conversation and conversations with Kelly, some changes in timing and that sort of thing. We'll be putting an agenda, a retreat packet together for you for review next week. So I just wanted to see if I'm happy to pull it up, or if you're able to take a look-see at it. Just want to make sure that this is reflecting what we want to do next week with our time.
Could you bring it up?
You bet. I think I can. So we will just
Kinda
have a
small,
little bit
John.
of time.
Could you make it a little bigger? Maybe hit the share.
Make it bigger.
Zoom. Okay, that's better.
Is that any better?
Yep.
Can't really tell what's going on the screen
Yeah,
there.
it's better.
Is that better?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So each day we'll start off with a little bit of time to gather some coffee, breakfast, chit chat, that sort of thing. Brief welcome and overview. We'll go into the what we call plus delta, what went well, what could have gone better, where there's some key learnings to carry forward. Have a little state of the county presentation to provide some background, both data about what's happened in the community over the last year and observations about the organization. And then, as we talked about the SWOT exercise, we modified this a little bit, I think, recognizing that it would probably flow from one conversation to the next. And really end our day there. Same thing, start off with a little breakfast, welcome, reflections from the previous day. We'll take a deeper dive on growth management, and then really dedicate the better part of either late morning and afternoon then to priority setting within that context. So no panels this year, nothing like that, but really just a lot of time for board conversation and priority setting.
Okay, any questions? And we'll expect that, we should all expect that we'll be given some homework and some reading in preparation ahead of time as part of the retreat packet.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're working on that.
Hi, Francie. I see your electronic raised hand.
Yeah, how about that? I'm just wondering about the GMQS at the
Oh,
bottom?
I'm sorry, that's an acronym, for a growth management quota system.
And do I have access to that?
We will be, yes, we've got a memo that's being worked on now.
And that'll be in that, so this is not
Yeah.
in addition to the memo.
Yeah, we're not expecting you to go find your own information. We're just giving you a heads up, it's coming your way.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Other future agenda item, for you, we will have, an emergency resolution that we'll be adding, to the agenda tomorrow. It is really, we had a, frankly, at the staff level, we missed a deadline on the Renew grant, which is the grant that we have through DOLA, that's looking at the microgrid system around the airport, and ABC in partnership with Holy Cross and others. Really, the staff I had assigned to it, frankly, I had too many COVID assignments and other things, and it did, we made a mistake, but we worked with DOLA, who is allowing us to renew the grant, Renew grant, but we have to have a resolution from the board accepting it as a new grant. So we'll be adding that on tomorrow. It doesn't change anything in our budget or appropriations. So just wanted to give the board a heads up that will be coming your way. And that's, Kelly, that's all I had. You said we had a lot, which makes me nervous that I'm missing something.
So, yes, there were a couple other things. First, though, we'll also have an emergency reso for Cougar Canyon, right, for a new purchaser.
Oh, thank you.
Tomorrow.
Yes.
So to confirm that, I have that on my notes. Will the jail IGA be coming tomorrow? Do we know?
I do not believe it will be coming tomorrow. I had asked about that yesterday, and we do not think it will be ready.
Okay. All right, I can check in with Rye too and re-express our urgency. I know he's working hard on it. The other things were the discussion about the Healthy Rivers position. I think Charlotte left you notes, John, but.
So that actually, we had a communication from Lisa. So that actually was not appropriated in the budget. It was we used that pending as a budget item that may come back in front of the board for consideration during the year. It did not look like they were going to have that prepared for our first quarter budget supplementals. So, Kelly, we may need to talk a little bit more about how we want to handle that.
Okay. And then there was also a email exchange with Kevin Warner from the Forest Service about getting him scheduled in front of us for a board meeting. So I just want to see if we can find time for that.
Yeah, absolutely, and thanks for bringing that up. I think he had reached out to Steve. He didn't understand, he didn't know about the chair change, and we typically do a update with the Forest Service annually and such. So yeah, we will get in touch with him unless the board directs differently to set up a time for update, and I think he had a number of items he wanted to bring forward.
Yeah, I think that sounds good. I'm sure, I would guess Patty would say March or April so we can talk about wildfire. But that's just a guess. And then I just got a recent thing that I wanted to bring to the board's attention, and also, John, maybe ask for your help is, so Gunnison County is convening a stakeholder group related to the recreation overuse in Marble. And they have invited our participation to that. And it will be on February 22nd. And at this point, he said they're limiting sort of the conversation to land managers and elected officials. And so, John, I guess, would we invite open space and trails? I think would be appropriate. I don't know who else I should reach out to let Gunnison County know who we'd like to invite.
Yeah, and Kelly, did they establish like how many people they want or anything like that?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I'll reach out on the staff level. I think it's going to be important to have board representation at that meeting. I assume that Gunnison electeds would be involved.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's my assumption too. He didn't give me a list.
So the board may want to have a quick conversation about who might represent the board, and I'll work on staff support.
Okay, Francie?
I would be happy to go to that. I'm really interested, and I'm pretty close to Marble, and the people have been contacting me from Marble about this.
Mm-hmm.
So if anybody else wants to go, I'm not trying to own it. I'm just saying I'd be willing to go.
Sure. Yeah, Steve, did you have any other input?
Well, I was just wondering if we should notice it in case we end up with 3 commissioners who want to go.
Mm-hmm.
We'd be able to do that.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if Gunnison sends all 3 commissioners, and it would be a chance to kind of meet with them about a topic, but maybe about other things too.
Why don't I reach out to my counterpart and just see what their intent is, because it sounds like right now, Kelly, if I understood you correctly, they're trying to have more of a initial conversation to scope out maybe a broader public conversation, and they may not intend to make it a public meeting right away. I don't know.
I don't know. I was not given that many details, but I can also help suss all this out. So we'll report back. Okay. And then I just want to note for future agendas, I think we need to have a 2-hour exec on the morning of the 23rd so that we can have an hour conversation with John Peacock and an hour conversation with John Ely about personnel and our evaluations looking back. And that's the only change I see. Any other changes from the board for future agendas? No? Okay. All right. So let's move on to board open discussion then. We got 5 extra minutes. You're on mute, John Peacock.
Too many windows open on my screen. I'm trying to see, we have, I know Rich was going to be joining us on an item, as well as, I think, Brian Pettit and Michael Port. So maybe if we do those first, Kelly, and then go back into.
Okay, and they're all here. So we'll just honor the order in the agenda, and I'll welcome Brian Pettit and Michael Port.
Hi there. Actually, Kathy Hull is going to be joining me on our little presentation as well. So I need to just give her a reminder to hop on real quick, if that's okay.
Sure. We are starting a little early, so no problem. So if that's okay with you, we'll just go on to Rich then, if Rich is ready. Okay. Hi, Rich.
Hey, board. How are you? This is Rich Engelhardt, Interim Airport Director. Good to see you all. What we're bringing for you today is just to get a little direction from the board. We're talking about entitlement funds for the airports, and there's a number of different funding sources that come to the airports. There's discretionary dollars, but these are entitlement dollars, and they're really it's based on the formula around employment and then the designation of the type airport. We're a non-hub primary airport, and so each year the FAA comes up with these dollars and they allocate those. These entitlement funds, you have to use them or you lose them over a 3-year period. So you're awarded the funds, you have 3 years to expend those. Each year, the Department of Transportation, they start a process of asking the different airports if they can utilize their funds, if they plan to use them or not, if they're getting towards the end of that time frame. And then they also get requests from different airports looking for additional entitlement dollars to be able to move those around. So a little bit of history here. Back in 2019, the BOCC agreed to transfer an amount from the 2016 and 2017 entitlement monies, and those were transferred. There was just over $2 million, about $2,010,000 were anticipated to go back or to come to us. We ended up transferring those to the airport in Colorado Springs. Those were set up based on the old EA and the fact that we were going to be doing some work at the airport. That's kind of how those were set up to be used. But as you know, we started a process that allowed us to take a step back and look at the airport. And so where we're at today is that the use of those funds are now due again. So what we're asking the board today is to consider asking the FAA to allow us on those 2016 and 17 dollars that we sent to Colorado Springs, is to ask them to hold those one more year for us. That we wouldn't accept them this year. So it allows us one more year to continue on with our planning. And then the time frame, if we get those back in 2022, that starts that 3-year tick clock on us. So it lines up well, I think, with kind of at least the proposal that we've put in front of the board as far as airport development goes. So that's one portion of this. The other is that whenever we received our 2018 entitlement money, there was, the allocation was about $2.3 million. This past year, 2020, we just utilized about 1.1 million of those in what's called the REALS project, and that's a runway end identifying light project. So it's lights at the end of the runway, and that's the acronym for that. And those came about, and you may recall 2 winters ago, we had a plane that landed off to the side of the runway. Yeah, there's different times out there that the sun or reflection, it looks like there's 2 runways side by side. And so this year, we took a safety step, put in this REALS project, and it went a 2-year span. So we were able to use some of these 2018 entitlement monies to pay for the first portion of it. And then this year, in 2021, we are using $275,000 of those remaining dollars. We've also been approved to finish up our maintenance, pavement maintenance project this coming year, which will be going in and doing some crack filling. We're gonna have to restripe and patch the runway in certain areas. So we're gonna have a couple of closures again this coming year. And that's about a $1.2 million project that would come out of this. Well, that leaves us about $825,000 of these funds. They have to be used by the end of this year, and I really don't see that we're going to be able to utilize those funds. So the FAA reached out and said that Grand Junction has a master planning project that they would like to have some allocation towards. So in talking with the FAA, I think that we could send 825 of our 2018 plus another 174 out of our 2019 entitlements, which would give an even $1 million to Grand Junction, still allows us to have about $790,000 available in our entitlement money of the 2019. And then we also have some existing discretionary funds of about 1.6 million available. So if we do get into the next year, we get some engineering services on, and we've got to do some planning, get some drawings put in place after we meet with the FAA and the airlines to start really planning out what the future looks like. We have some funds available to do that. So just to assure you, board, we aren't giving away everything. We still have backup dollars to be able to utilize those. But this really does help us. I think, you know, you heard the word pause during our processes. This is the inherent pause in our program. We just aren't ready yet to accept those. And it really makes sense to be able to send those out and then get those transferred back to us in the future. So that's the rundown of it all. We're just looking for the board to authorize us to send a letter asking the FAA to consider this. and then they'll go through that process. There'll be a letter that will need to be signed, and they can start the process. And I'm pretty hopeful that they would accept this. So with that, unless there's any questions, that's the program.
Okay, any questions for Rich? Steve and then Francie?
So Rich, would it be Grand Junction in a future year then deferring their money and sending it back to us when we're ready to use it? Or would it come from Colorado, I mean, the one from Colorado Springs, one from Grand Junction? Or does it just come from whatever airports there are in the region that aren't using their available funds that we could get the money back in the future?
Yeah, it's my understanding, Steve, that they try to go back to those airports that receive the money. So they've got to plan accordingly. So if they've got something they're bumping up, they just need to plan that they've got to give those dollars back at some point in the real near future. The only airports that can accept these are those in Colorado or within our region. So let's say Grand Junction can't do it. The FAA, if we request the money back, the FAA will seek other airports where they can pull some of these dollars together and get those back to us.
Okay, thank you. Francie?
Same question as Steve's.
Okay. All right, just looking around, I think everyone okay for Rich to pursue this? Yep. Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Rich. Makes sense.
Okay, thank you, board. Kelly, you'll get a letter. We'll have you sign that. Okay.
John Bauer has
Thank
to learn
you.
how to spell my name correctly, though.
Oh, is it not spelled right? I will. Hey, that's good to know.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, and so let's check in with the Solid Waste Center. Michael Port, Brian Pettit, Kathy Hall. Hi.
Kathy, you're muted.
Hi. I still, after all these months, I haven't figured it out yet. So, it's been a while since we've been in front of the board, but I'm Kathy Hall. I'm the Solid Waste Director.
And I'm Michael Porta. I'm the Construction and Demolition Diversion Specialist.
Okay. So, if any of you haven't met Michael yet, we hired him on to manage our construction and demolition debris diversion ordinance and program. He's doing a great job. He's been with us now just a little over 6 months. And, so we are gearing up to really launch getting construction and demolition debris out of the landfill. We will be back on March 9th to give you an overview of how the C&D, the Construction Demolition Ordinance, is going with our green halo and the permit tracking and the deposit system. So we'll be back in a few weeks to give you details on that. But what we're here today, Michael, do you want to go ahead and share the presentation?
Yeah, I will try and do that.
Yeah, so we have budgeted this year to build an enclosed drop and swap and household hazardous waste facilities. But we're currently in the design process of that. But in the meantime, the state of Colorado, the Colorado Department of Public Health and the Environment, has a grant out. It's called the Resource Recovery Economic Opportunity Grant for diversion projects and programs. And we think building our enclosed drop and swap and household hazardous waste facility is a perfect grant for this. So the grants are due March 1st. So we're here today seeking a letter of support from the Board of County Commissioners to move forward with that. So next slide, Michael. So just a little background. So we are planning on the drop and swap in the household hazardous waste building to be where that green metal warehouse building is currently on site. So right now we are wrapping up the operations and maintenance facility, which will free up that building, the green building there, for maintenance and storage of equipment. But, so the plan is we are going to take that green MRF building, what we call it, down and use the same footprint. We are in the design process, so I don't have a lot of details on what that building will look like right now. But it will be a more energy efficient design, and it's going to provide an enclosed space for the drop and swap, which many of you know is a hugely popular program. People can drop stuff off for free, pick it up for free, and then as well as our household hazardous waste facility. And right now, the HHW is enclosed in that tent space, which isn't ideal. And then it will also allow us to shift over all that recycling to make for a more efficient, more space for transferring our recyclables down to Denver. Next slide, Michael. So just the projected timeline of the schedule of this building. So we're hoping in March we'll have the design complete and then start submitting for our construction and demolition permits. So depending on ComDev's schedule, late spring of this year, we hope to bring that building down. And again, we'll recycle all that metal into our scrap metal program. Summer in 2021, we're hoping to start construction on the facility. And then in January 2022, open both the facilities there. And again, they'll be housed in the same building. Again, this is a very loose schedule. We're still trying to tighten down the design and get a feel for where the permits are. So that's just a little background of what we're looking for and why we're kind of in a hurry to get this grant, because the deadline is March 1st, and they usually issue the grants around midsummer of this year. So turn it over to you, Michael.
Thanks. Yeah, so just to give you a little bit more background on this grant opportunity. So again, it's the through the CDPHE, Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. They have a fund that they allocate. This year they have about $2 million to allocate to projects around the state that are going to improve waste diversion. So we thought this was our project at the Solid Waste Center here is a great opportunity to apply for this funding. So we are estimating about a $200,000 ask from this grant program. And so we are going to use it to kind of support this redevelopment of the facility on site to help outfit it with like retail type shelves. So we're going to have sort of like a Habitat for Humanity Restore kind of facility is what we're aspiring to have. So we want to outfit that with shelves, a point of sale system in the office space to furnish that with different items, purchase signage that distinguishes what kind of materials are people looking at in what part of the facility, and as well as developing education and outreach for this new program, this enhanced program. So doing things like creating a website for that facility, for that program, a marketing campaign around it. We would also love to do newsletters and come up with some educational programming like DIY workshops, and try and get people to use these secondhand materials creatively. And really what this really does is support our existing effort to divert construction and demolition material out of the landfill. We passed the ordinance last year, which we are hoping and hearing back from the community that they need more options. If they're going to try and deconstruct a building rather than demolish a building, they're going to need some facility to take those materials and get them back out into the community. So this project is really going to support our ongoing construction efforts, or construction and demolition diversion efforts. And we estimate that this facility will keep an additional about 250 tons of reusable materials out of the landfill each year. So we are really just asking for your support for this project. It would be excellent to have the county leadership supporting this project. You guys have actually supported a grant that we won from this same fund back in 2015 for our scraps organics program, and that was a big help. So I believe we had a template provided for you guys if you would be willing to either edit that or adopt it as is. but also important to note that this is a competitive grant, so we don't know, for sure whether or not we'll get it, but this letter of support would definitely be a big help in showing the community support around it. So if you have any other questions, please feel free to ask.
Questions for Michael? Steve?
So I'm curious about the design of the new drop and swap building. Are we using the design that you came up with several years ago, Kathy, or is that going to be modified?
No, it'll be a completely new design, much simpler, to the point, much simpler. And fit on that footprint.
Okay, so I totally support going for this grant. It'd be great if we could get that and be moving forward in our program for the construction and demolition and the drop and swap and all of that.
Thanks, Steve. Other questions or input? I have some quick questions then. Will you refer to your, the metrics in your grant application? Things like how many tons you expect to divert, how much construction and demolition waste comes in, and the percentage of the landfill that takes up. I know I don't see it in the letter, so I just want to make sure it's covered in the grant application.
Yeah, so that is the highest priority item in the grant application is demonstrating the amount of potential diversion that the project is going to bring. So that yes, definitely that will be an important metric for us.
Okay. And then would you like me to ask our counterparts in Aspen or Snowmass Village for a similar letter? Have you done that?
I should have mentioned that Kathy and I have actually been working on getting additional letters of support. So we do have some from Carbondale, from Town of Aspen, as well as the president of Habitat for Humanity Restore is also going to support this project. So, but yeah, any additional communities that you could connect us with would be helpful. But I know Kathy has been working on that.
Okay. All right, this sounds good. I might look at it and just suggest some edits. I didn't read it really thoroughly, if that's okay, but I promise to do that before the end of the week, so you won't be held up.
Excellent, thanks. Yeah, feel free to do any edits you feel are appropriate.
Okay.
Okay, and just we'll be back when we get the design and cost dialed in. So probably hopefully sometime in March.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you very much. Nice to see you. We're short on time. We're getting close to our exec session here. So John Peacock, other open discussion that's pressing.
Not from me. Thanks.
No, any board members, any other open discussion items? No? Okay. Then we will need to make a motion to convene into executive session for the purposes of personnel evaluations pursuant to Colorado Revised Statutes 24-6-4024F.
So moved.
Thank you, Greg.
Second.
Thank you, Steve. All in favor of going into executive session, please say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Okay.
I understand we're not actually leaving this call, is that correct?
That's right. So if you want to stop your video, what will happen is Terry will turn over the Zoom controls to me, and I'll run the exec as the host. And we'll have everyone else drop off. But thanks, nice to see you. Grassroots, thank you. And we will see you tomorrow at noon for our regular session. If the board